Huh? I don't think he's competing yet. What? Yeah. Oh, damn!
Yo, Max. It's good.
Oh, yo, Max.
Hello everybody, welcome to Great Lakes Championship 2026. My name is Carter Williams. I am grateful to be here streaming with you today. Right now we have a lot of
Seconds.
Zane Kanani is inspecting. We'll go on to Lucas though on this very first solve. Looking a little bit shaky here as he starts off with 1193, Zane Kanani on his first of the day. It's a 1034 for him. Two very solid solves. Two solves so far from these two competitors. Yeah, right now, this is definitely early start to the day. We're in Fort Wayne, Indiana. This is where the very first U.S. Nationals was held. So a lot of cubing history is in this venue, and it's really interesting. When you walk around Fort Wayne, it's not a very big city, but when you start to you know, walk around and really take in the atmosphere there. This is a very, very small city, and to think that Worlds less than a year ago was held in Seattle, Washington, in the heart of Seattle, Washington too, and it was able to hold this many competitors, and that at one point Nationals was in this modest convention center room. It's great to see where we have come from as a community. So Lucas and Zane have both completed their first solves. Lucas is a native of the Midwest speed-cubing community. Zane, not so much, but he comes from the Mid-Atlantic region. Zane on his on the second of the day, excuse me. Square one is very tricky, requires a lot of accuracy here. Let's see if he knows the PBL. We got an 805. A little bit of a shake of the head from Zane. Let's move on to Lucas. All right, let's see what Lucas has in store for us.
8 seconds.
Oh, 610, and he fumbled at the end there. You knew that it could have been more than a 610 if he just was a little less hesitant at the adjustment of the bottom face. Lucas is not going to love that. He's not going to love that at all. He's not. Anyway.
And I peaked like mid-7, but now I'm super inconsistent.
Bro, I bet I could count like another 6 and then another 11.
Yeah.
I'll probably still be average.
Lucas is still talking about that unfortunate unfortunate single towards the end. Lucas has a 758 PR average, but his single is a 554. So that it could have been possible if he maybe clutched up at the end, but unfortunately that will just be a tale for another day for him.
8 seconds.
All right. You know when you're ready.
12.
Zane gets a start here. Ooh, doesn't like the end result of the PBL, and he has a weird op edge to work with, and oh, that's not good. 1462 from Zane Kanani, far from his normal average of a 745, but nowhere close to his brother's 480 average, which lands him in WR2. It's a 1070 for Lucas.
Actually use this
Oh, sure.
I got it.
Oh,
On 2, yeah. That one.
I'm so stupid.
What'd you get?
6-1. Because I forgot, like, I always, like, I never actually learned how to do the PBL. So I was like, oh, and then before I actually did it. If I actually did it properly, it probably
Zane is on his fourth, I believe. Solving on over. On the OVL stage at around the 1.5 second mark, PBL at 4.8. Not going to be a great 1456, and that will be a +2 as well.
8 seconds.
Here's Lucas on the fourth for him, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Lucas. But unfortunately, that won't be a very good result for him. He's very disappointed at assuming this average, but it is early.
3 rounds are there.
We have bigger fish to fry here today. Coming up after the first group of Square One, we have Chris Chi and Carter Kukala competing in Square One. And then after that, we have Hassan Kanani and Brian Johnson in the third group and last group of Square One Round 1. And then we move on to 3x3 Round 1. We have a lot of great competitors here. We have Luke Reiser from the state of Kentucky, Luke Garrett from the state of Indiana, yes. And he is going to be, is going to really want that Great Lakes title. Battle of the Lukes, as it always is in the Midwest.
8 seconds.
We move on to Lucas, who solves first. Lucas here struggling a little bit. Zane's about to finish. Lucas gets an 1197. Zane almost done with his solve and his average, but comes out to a 16.9 for him. So both competitors disappointed with their averages right now.
What's your average?
So bad. I counted 14.
Yeah, Zane's not happy about that counting 14 that he just took. So that's going to be it for Square One, Round 1, Group 1. We'll be moving on to Group 2 shortly.
We are now calling up Square One Group 2. Square One Group 2, submit your puzzle. You just completed Square One Group 1. You are probably helping out for Group 2.
My trash times.
I know you've been on our...
Yeah, totally.
Kind of funny because then VR is...
Oh my god.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to get started right away with Square One, Group 2.
I was doing pretty well on Giants 1 last time. I think I even got like a sub 7 average.
Hey, Simon. So what actually happened?
Like how everything, like, right.
So Christopher Chi and Carter Kukala both getting ready to solve their puzzles. Carter has submitted theirs. Let's see what Chris does here on this first one. First solve of the day for him.
8 seconds.
Rocking that cube shape into OBL And the PBL is a little locky. The cube does appear to be good, though. There are no penalties on that. 807. It's 807 for Christopher Chi. Let's see how Carter fares. Awaiting their cube to be delivered.
Yeah.
Could you get a new one?
I'll see if I can find another one.
All right. Carter here on the first solve for them.
8 seconds.
Let's see, looking okay. Locky into the OBL, PBL. Has to turn the bottom face, get the adjustment right. But 10:56 and the cube is solved. Carter, though, that might be a sarcastic 2 thumbs up for them.
Okay. Okay.
Carter's PR average is a 741. Chris's PR average is a 704. So, first solves of the day, looking to make sure to take advantage of the best amount of time
No,
possible.
if you get like, what if this group has like one slice to Uber?
We're awaiting the possibilities of what could occur here. We also have a very exciting 3x3 round coming up. The names of Luke Garrett and Luke Grice are competing. All right, both competitors have received their puzzles. Let's see how Chris will do. You will be going first. Seems to be going okay. PBL at the end was solid 6:38 for Chris.
Seconds.
Carter on their next solve. 778. And the cube is good as well. All right, Chris is about to get his cube on the third solve for him. Chris getting ready. PBL looks good. And a 772 for him. Chris doing okay on this first round. Definitely will be securing a spot into finals sometime later. Let's see how Carter does on their second. Or sorry, third, excuse me. All right.
8 seconds.
Carter with an 8:48. And their third solve on stream. Here's Chris's fourth. Just trying to get through the day here. Trying to get through the second group. After this, we have a very exciting next group with Hassan Kanani and Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson recently breaking the Square One world record single. A thunderous solve from Christopher Chi, 7:19 for him. There's a thunderstorm going on right now in Fort Wayne, and definitely seems to be audible from this room where we're situated in.
Just do up from there.
I always can't.
What is going on?
We got silence.
Oh, is it the storm?
Yeah.
Oh. I thought it was like upstairs. Like, what's going on? E1 for thunder.
All right. Chris on his last. See how Chris fares. PBL at the 4.5 second mark, 6:51, best solve of the stream so far, and for him, I guess, as well. It seems like that's going to end it off there. Chris is calculating his average. Carter on their last, I believe, too, as well.
8 seconds.
Carter on the last 9-10, and the cube is good. So a lot of rain, a lot of thunder on this second group of Square One, round one, group two. So we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll see you all for Hassan and Brian in the next group.
I didn't even notice.
You didn't hear the thunder?
No.
It was loud.
we are now calling up Square One Group 3, Square One Group 3 to all stages. You are competing for helping this come up. Also, if Uzziah Grow, please report to the yellow stage. Uzziah Grow.
Yo, what's up? What's up? I apologize for that. Okay.
You want to take a cue?
One hand. All right.
So Hassan Kanani and Brian Johnson are getting ready to solve for Square One, first round. All right, so Brian Johnson just about to start for Square One. Round one, group 3 for him. See how Brian does on this very first. 475 for Brian already. That's pretty good for him. Solid start for Brian Johnson. Here's Hassan. Let's see what Hassan has in store for himself. Ah, fumble at the end. Gives him a 760, unfortunately. So 760 and a 475 for so 475 for Brian Johnson and a 760 for Hassan Kanani. Excuse me. So Brian is off to a pretty decent start. Brian has a PR average of 534. Brian just got his cube. Let's see how he does on this second solve. All right. Brian starts. Oh, this could be good as well. 473 from Brian, too. Wow, 473. That's his second 4 of the day, and he's only done 2 solves. Just take a look at that. Macula turning from Brian Johnson. Now Hassan about to solve on his second. He has a 760 hanging over his head. So second solve for Hassan Kanani. First solve was a 760. Let's see what he can do on his second here. Going slow a little bit, but understands the assignment of a 5-10. Not happy about that one either. So Brian is outpacing Brian, or sorry, excuse me, Hassan is outpacing Brian so far in the average. So Brian definitely thinking about those 2 4s right now. I really wonder what's going on in his mind. He has a 534 official square one average, ranked 7th in the world right now. See what Brian has to offer on this third solve with a 475 and a 473. And this one could be good as well, 506. That's definitely on pace for PR, possibly on pace for sub 5 as well. Let's just see how it all plays out. It's 3 solves, but we're more than halfway into the average, and we're seeing some very good signs. It's Hassan on his third. He needs to pick up the pace for a little bit if he wants to beat Brian Johnson this round. Continuing to warm up more and more. Let's see how he does here. Leaning into the square one, seeing what could possibly be a solution here. Hassan going fast. PBL at the 2-second mark. 4:45. Is it a +2? It's going to be a +2 for Hassan. So 6:45 for him, unfortunately. Let's see how Brian does on this next one. Oh, had to do something strange there. 595 for him. It's solved, but no penalty. But oh so close to something really incredible. Still could definitely get under the sub 5 mark, but hasn't secured it just yet. I'm not sure if he's gonna do the math in his head to calculate if that is guaranteed PR. Could possibly be. I think this is going to be guaranteed PR for Brian Johnson, but I think his next goal is to secure the sub 5. Let's move over to Hassan on his next solve. Should be his 4th. That's a 486 from Hassan. Good way to recover the average a little bit. That's the best solve from him today. But it doesn't look like he'll be beating out Brian in the first round of Square One. Yeah, Great Lakes Championship 2026 in the Fort Wayne. Here's Brian on his last solve.
Let me know when you're ready.
Taking a look.
8.
And not off to the best start, and kind of leans back, and this is going to be worst possible average for him. So not sub 5, but still a guaranteed PR to him. I guess not too pleased with the end result, but the journey that got him there does give him a PR. First average of the day. So very solid from him. He already has a world record under his belt. A new world record just from a couple weeks ago. So to say that he's pleased this month with his Square One results might be an understatement. Hassan on his last. He has a 486 as his best solve so far, but counting a 645. So no shattering averages coming from Hassan right now. But let's see, we have a shattering single 3-second. Frustrated with an 857, counting a 645 now. And a 760. So not a great way to end off the average, but it'll be okay in the end. So now we're going to move on to 3x3, round 1. We'll be back after this quick short break.
Sliced out a cube shape on 4, like during PBL, is probably the best. It would have been best, but it's fine. So, it's like.
I'm just trying to get all the pictures with the timer.
Oh yeah.
Alright, square one is done. We're going to start the referee in just a second here, but before we do, we're going to do another raffle. In addition to all the prizes we mentioned earlier, the FTO, the Meter Cube, 2x2 7x7 multi-pack, we also have the Gigamix here, and tomorrow's prizes are going to be even better. So the wheel is spinning, and Peyton Corey is our raffle winner. Peyton, are you here? All right, Peyton, come on up and pick your prize. All right, we're going to start now with 3x3. So if you are in 3x3 group 1, please come on up and submit your puzzle. If you are in 3x3 group 4, it's likely that you are helping for this group, so come on up and you are assigned to judge as well.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the first round of 3x3 round 1, the first group of 3x3 round 1. My name's Carter Williams. So we have Arhan and Zane solving on the 2 stations. Interesting shirt choice from Zane here to start off the morning. Just noticed that. We'll see what the first 3x3 solve of the day for this competition will go. Gets into the white cross. F2L a little shaky. Finds that 4th pair eventually, though. ZBL 735 for Zane Kanani. Yeah, so recognizing that ZBL is very important. ZBLL has become very influential in cubing in recent years, as OLL and PLL just isn't good enough for these competitors anymore. We gotta get faster and memorize everything. Arhan's yet to receive a cube yet. That's okay. He is now. All right, so Arhan on the first solve for him. of the day.
8 seconds.
When I do the solve, and you write down that time of the 12 card.
So shaky start to the F2L, but last layer looks clean. 648 for him. Yeah, I mean, you just look at that OL into the PL transition. It was pretty seamless, to be honest with you. Those are two very nice algorithms. J-perms are always nice to have, and it was just basically that last OL, a trigger into like a sledge, and then yeah, that was clean from Arhan. All right, moving on over to Zain on his second. He's a 7 under his belt, 735.
8 seconds.
Zain is known to be very good at 2x2 and skew, but he's also very good at 3x3 as well. And it's a 662 clean from Zain as well. Overall good solves from him. He's competed in Square One Group 1 earlier today, and I feel like that just having to compete in the first group of the day, it can throw you off a little bit, not gonna lie. So it's just, you know, allow yourself to sort of compete in that group and then think about, okay, well, I competed in the first group of the first day. Now I know what to expect when I compete in my next group, and this is basically like the warm-up stage. So a lot of competitors may not prefer 3x3 very early in the morning because they don't feel as warmed up or as ready to solve. So lots to think about as both competitors await their cubes. Zain's going to do his next. Zain a little bit slow to recognize that last layer there, 658, but they get some a decent solve anyway. Yeah, having to do the UU prime, it's tragic, but I think it'll be all right in the end. Zain. Here's Arhan on the next solve. Let's see what he gets here.
12.
Going for yellow or blue cross. To a little bit shaky, clutches up at the end with a 733. But I don't think he was overall too pleased with that solve. It didn't seem to flow as properly as it could have.
Great.
Zain on his next.
8 seconds.
And a 787 from Zain Kanani. Not looking too happy with that. As opposed to a 6 that he got earlier. So third solve for Zain. Ends in a 787. Let's see what Arhan gets on his third. So definitely nothing too much to write home about. Hasn't been anything catastrophic or especially noteworthy for these competitors so far. Let's see if that changes in this solve. Looking good. Soun into the A-perm 744. Just a little hesitant there throughout the solve, but overall not bad from Arhan. I'm just taking a look. As soon as he saw the Soun, he kind of knew. But let's see what we have in store for Zane on his fourth.
8 seconds.
Zane's PR average is a 669. Arhan's is a 6.76. Zane working on solving the cube. This one's not going to be that great, though. 819. Seemed like a very lengthy F2L that would not end. Let's see what is in store here for Arhan. Actually, that was his fifth, so Zane's done. I believe Arhan has about one more to go. So Arhan's ready. Let's see what he gets on this next solve.
8 seconds. 12.
Not too pleased with the end result there. It's going to be 889,
That looks good.
and it's good. So not a +2, but yeah, not a great end to the average for him. So I believe that is his fifth. Or sorry, excuse me, that was his fourth. So we're still waiting on one more from Arhan. All right, this is going to be the last for Arhan here. Taking a look. Let's see if he can make this last one count. Usually a low 7 solver. Let's see if he can get anything better than that on this one. This has potential. Ooh, just lock up at the end in between the OLO and the PLL 772 to cap it all off. So that's going to be it for 3x3 round 1 group 1. We'll be coming back to 3x3 round 1 group 2 with Carter Kukala and Jack Pfeiffer right after this. So looking at the projected rankings right here for so these are the square one round one results, by the way, for you. I believe we have them all entered in. Ryan Johnson finishes off the finishes off the round with a 5:25 PR average. Hassan Kanadi a full second behind him in 6:38. Christopher Chi with a 7:14 average takes third place for first round, so on track to podium. We'll see what the podium's going to look like, and the cutoff to make the finals is 13:23, beating out about 100 competitors to be in the square one final, which will be, I believe, later today.
Please walk around the stations rather than through the middle. Thank you.
Yes, square one final will be the first final today. So we have square one finals, Mega Mix final, PRF blindfolded final, and clock final all today.
Science station. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Jack should be ready for the first solve of the day for him. See how it goes along.
Seconds. 12.
So Jack on the first solve of the day has a 6 average officially, 623 for him. I think he's satisfied with that one. So 623 for Jack on the first solve. Let's see what Carter gets on the first solve for them. Into the I don't think Carter recognized that ZBL correctly. I think there was an attempt at one, but 8:05, that cost them a couple of seconds. So not a great start for Carter in the first one, but Jack with a 623 should be happy with that. All right, looks like Jack will be competing next. Let's see what Jack does on this second solve for him. $761 for Jack. It's not going to be better than that 623 that he got earlier in the round.
Thank you.
So 761. Maybe decent. Carter's awaiting their next. They're still awaiting their second.
You are assigned to be judging for review of your record. Please go up to your stage. Thank you. You need a lot of judges on the yellow stage and green stage.
So Jack and Carter still awaiting cubes here. But Carter will be getting the second solve for them. Let's see, looking at a yellow cross here. Looking solid. Let's see what they have in store. Solid start to the F2L into 666 for Carter. So that betters that 805 that they just got in the first solve. Jack still awaiting his third solve here. So 4 solves completed so far. Not that bad. Taking a look at the history of Jack's results, he has a 6.15 PR average, and I think recently he's been averaging around a low 7, so something that isn't low 7 or faster than low 7 would be pretty solid for him. Pretty good showing. So, especially for this early in the day. Let's take a look and see what Jack gets on his third. Jack going into the last layer pretty fast, but 737, not too pleased with that for whatever reason. It isn't better than that 623 that he got earlier. I think he's eyeing something sub 7 here to round off this average. And Carter on his third. So Carter looking good on this last third solve, but just frustrated at the end with the last layer, 875. So accounting 805 for Carter, unfortunately. Average not looking too hot so far. Jack on his fourth. Let's see what Jack gets. Trying to make something count out of this average last layer of 5 seconds, 672. That's a sub 7 for Jack Pfeiffer, the second one for him of the average. And hey, not too bad. Best possible 677, so that would bring him to sub 7, but worst possible 723. The PR average of 615, definitely not breaking any PRs today in this round at least. Jack's definitely warming up for big cubes later in the day. So Carter on their fourth. Let's see what Carter gets. Trying to also make something count. I have that 6 to work with. Will it be in the average? Oh, another 803 for Carter, unfortunately. So 3 8s so far. Let's see what Jack has for his final solve. Trying to make the best out of the first round of 3x3 for him.
8. 12.
Jack working fast on orange cross here. Locky into the F2L last layer transition, but 658, that is going to be best. That's not going to be best possible average, but it will be pretty close for Jack. So that average will be a 689. So sub 7. We'll put him in a good spot for round 2. Carter's still having to work with 3 8s. Definitely not ideal, but Carter also has a lot of responsibilities here as an organizer and delegate of Great Lakes Championship 2026. So last solve for Carter, still just waiting for that here in the Grand Wayne Convention Center. Last solve comes quickly. Gets started quickly as well. So working on an awkward transition, but last layer at the high fours, 689. So it is counting a 6. That solve will be counting, and it will be part of a 766 average. So not bad from Carter. And yeah, that's pretty much going to be it for this group of 3x3. We'll be moving on to the next group of 3x3, which will be happening momentarily. Luke Reiser and Zeke Mackey competing in those two. We'll see you all in a bit.
We are now calling up 3x3 group 3, 3x3 group 3 to all stages. Just competed in group 2, you are probably judging for group 3, so come on up to help with that.
You can do this, Kai.
Are you competing? What? Are you competing? Yeah. This is for a stream competitor, so we're gonna take another one. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. This is for stream competitors, so yeah, take my It's for like, there's a certain competitors that go here. Yeah, you can sit back here if you want. Oh, hey, bud.
Hello.
Oh, here.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Great Lakes Championship 2026. My name is Carter Williams.
I'm ready.
We're going to be moving quickly into the third group of 3x3 with Luke Greiser and Simon Kellum. Simon getting started. Simon has a 7:06 PR average. 7:39 gets close to it, though. So, good work from Simon.
You sub 7 yet?
Luke Reiser is competing currently. We're not competing right now, but just warming up a little bit. 5:56 warm-up solve. Luke and
Stream will get it. It's okay. That's why
Luke
I don't have like
and the Battle of the Lukes is one of the most hype cubing rivalries in the United States, possibly the world. Both Luke Garrett and Luke Reiser are present at this competition and competing for the top spots in 3x3. So Luke hasn't submitted his cube yet, will submit it now, so we'll be seeing solves from him shortly. right, Simon will be competing on the next
I'm ready.
solve. So eyeing a yellow cross here. Let's see how Simon does. Smooth turning S move F2L algorithm into a U permeate 89 for Simon. Luke's just gonna get right into it. So Luke on his first solve of the day, gonna be a 492 to start things off. Wow. 492, that is electric from Luke Greiser.
Oh, great.
Telling him that it felt great, I'm sure it did.
Seconds ago to take my time, and I
Into the
said
ZBL, 492. Luke Greiser, first solve of the day, first sub 5 that we've seen on stream so far.
Clicky Studios on YouTube.
Yes, this is Clicky Studios on YouTube. Welcome back, everybody. Just tuning in for the first round of 3x3. So Luke Greiser off to a good start. All smiles for him. Simon, on the other hand, 759 and an 889. Luke about to get a second solve started. And Greiser getting ready to roll, has a 492 under his belt. What could he make out of this one? Going for yellow. F2L a little shaky, recognizing the ZBL at the 4-second mark, 648. Bit of a fall from that 492 that he got earlier. Simon on his third. 620 from Simon. That's going to be the best solve for him. He looks shaking in the head. That's the best solve for him. So we have something to be happy about, I guess. Halfway into the third group of 3x3 first round.
I know.
A little bit of banter between the two competitors here.
It doesn't look bad.
Yeah, it's just, I learned it a while ago, and I just...
It's like TZBLL into another T or like an L or something.
Yeah.
I'd probably use that if I could do G. The 2 Gen 1 is much better.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in it. Thanks to him.
You're welcome, man.
The thing about keeping competitions is that they're always fun. You always have a sense of community here. It's good to be a part of the keeping community. It's good to be back. We haven't streamed in about a few months, so happy to bring the joys of the keeping community to your home at Clicky Studios. Simon's about to do his fourth solve. Luke is awaiting his cube. Should be getting it shortly. Did just see it being brought over.
8 seconds. 12.
Right.
So Simon fumble with 958. Luke Greiser getting started here. CBL at 2-5. Aw, DNF. DNF from Luke Greiser. That hurts.
That's a day ruiner right there. That was
See, so that wasn't the solve, but 505 DNF, unfortunately.
3.
So that DNF is going to be looming over his head, and yeah, that does kill the mood for the rest of the average. It means he is counting that 648. Not too pleased with that. No one would be pleased with the DNF in any event, in any circumstance. So Simon and Luke are both getting started. Luke will solve first, though.
Right.
Luke Reiser getting it going, trying to safety the 629. I think the DNF from Luke Reiser really just took the air out of him. 823, but for Simon, and that will be his last solve of the average.
No, I'm fine. I need to lose
So
that one.
that means that
Feels a little
Simon
hollow.
will have an 817 out of 5.
By the scrambling table.
Luke Reiser can still get a sub-6 average if he counts at 492 or something close to it. But looking like he's just going to take it easy on this last one, trying to figure out what went wrong, maybe rethink about his strategy going into it. I believe we do have 4 rounds of 3x3 at this competition, so definitely still time to figure out what to do. But it's going to be it's a long competition, it's a long weekend, it's a regional championship here. So Luke awaiting his last. Gonna reflect on that 590. Alright, Luke's gonna just get started and see what he can do on this last one. Trying to make the most out of that 492. He can take advantage of it here. Not fluid at all, and that's a +2. That's going to count 877. So counting 8 for Luke Reiser does not put him in a good spot for round 1. Counting 877 means that's going to be a 718 average from Luke Reiser. We'll see how the other Luke does. Luke Garrett will be competing next in 3x3 Group 4, round 1, right after this.
We are now calling up 3x3 Group 4. 3x3 Group 4, please bring up your puzzles. You just competed in Group 3. You were probably assigned to judge for Group 4.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Garate.
Garate. Who's Garrett? The
Yeah,
guy harassing me in my TikTok comment.
yeah, it's always like those like Sigma editors or whatever. It's like the Garate.
Look Garate.
I don't have a scorecard yet.
Oh.
Do you know where the stream scorecards are?
I have no idea. Do you want me to go ask a delegate real quick?
I think Luke is on it already.
Call me over when you get them up.
Okay.
Welcome back to 3x3 first round. We are on the last group of 3x3 so far on our leaderboard. Jack Pfeiffer leads the crowd despite the fact that Luke Reiser has competed and solved all of his average. 718 average for him. Definitely might not be in the top spots for 3x3 first round for Luke Reiser. Still have a lot of competitors to compete. But potentially there could be some shakeups here. So Brian Johnson and Luke Garrett will be competing in this round. See how they both do. Luke Garrett is a native to this region. Brian, both are natives of the Midwest region.
Yeah. I'm in group 2.
I believe they are going to be competing for the top spots here at the Great Lake Championship. So, Brian Johnson has just received his puzzle.
Thank you.
Let's see how Brian does on his first solve of the day for 3x3. Eyeing a white cross here. Gonna get things started. ZBL at the 3-second mark. Oh, it was lucky. 519 from Brian Johnson. Oh, it was just hesitant at the end there, and that really just caused some problems for him. Luke's gonna get things situated here on his first solve of the day. Luke Garrett, very active in this region. One of the best competitors America has to offer, especially been here for a few years too, so. Luke's eyeing a white cross here. Ooh, hesitant on, I think he did this crossing correctly. Has to do an H perm to fix things, 723. So, a bit of a fumble on the first solve of the day for him. Completing the PLL at the top and then just had to roll with the H perm at the end. Brian has a cube cover. I don't know where the judge went. There we go. So Brian's eyeing a yellow cross here. Let's see how he fares with this solution. F2L complete at the high 3-second mark. 679 from Brian. Nothing great there either, unfortunately. EB trying to get the engine started later in the average, but I think he's just a little bit disappointed by that 5 and the potential of what it could be, or what it could have been. So Luke has a 7 hanging over his head. Will want to maybe better the average here. Still 4 solves left to go. The 7 does not have to be counting if he Who does not want that to be his wish? Eyeing something on red, or just looking around at the cube. Doesn't know exactly where to go. I think he settled on white. Sorry, yellow, excuse me. He settled on yellow. OL PLL 632 from Luke Garrett. Just not happy with that solve either. It's just sloppy turning. Maybe didn't recognize the colors fast enough. Still 10 in the morning for these competitors, but
8 seconds.
really don't want to waste this first round here. The 6 flat from Brian Johnson. Could have been worse if he let go of the cube any more towards the end. Oh, that almost was a +2, but he saved it at the end with the timer stop. Halfway done through this group. Looks like Brian is on pace. Both competitors are technically on pace to beat Luke Greiser from the previous rounds. Checking on who we have entered here. They would be projected to beat out the top seeds so far, at least what we have entered. So, Garrett looking at orange from what it looks like. And really eyeing a solution there. Has his eyes set, locky and shaky though in the F2L stage. 823, dropping the cube again. Both competitors dropping their cubes on solve number 3. So, both of these guys looking like they want to maybe get a better rhythm set. And Brian on the 4th for him. Ends things off with a 644. A little bit of a smile, but I think that might be a smile of just a mundane solve, I guess. Taking a look at what Brian did on his last. Recognizing the ZBLL. So Brian Johnson can get a sub-6 average if he counts at 519 or something similar. Luke's BPA and worst possible are yet to be determined. Luke yet to get a sub-6 today. Let's see if this one could be it for him. That F2L was smooth. That even smoother 489. Best solve of the competition so far for Luke Garrett. 489 barely beating out Luke Greiser's 492. So what a way to save your average, make your BPA look a little bit better. If he counts at 489, it will be a 615 average that would comfortably place him in first. Even with worst possible average, he would still be in the top spots if he happens to count that 823 in the end. Brian Johnson on his last. Working things out here. Wanting to make the most of the average. 588 is not going to be a possibility here. 604 to round it all off. So consistent towards the end. Consistent all around, some would say. Just a lot of 6s. That's nothing bad about that, because that does put you in a really good place for the second round of 3x3. So we'll see what happens with Luke's last here, seeing if he can maybe beat Brian Johnson right now. He does count that 489. Not likely, but not unlikely. You've seen stranger things happen. Working quickly, but hesitant on that third pair of F2L, so going to be a 611. Not terrible from Luke. And that will be pretty much the average for him, and that will be the round for us. Quick OL, but lengthy PLL at the end. So 655 average from Luke Garrett. Taking a look at the forecast view that we have here, Brian Johnson is comfortably in first with a 616, 0.4 seconds behind Luke Garrett. Then we have Jack Pfeiffer, and Luke Reiser misses the first round podium here at Fort Wayne, Indiana, in the Grand Wayne Convention Center, the home of Nationals 2016, all of those years ago. Thank you all for watching every first round. We'll be coming back to you with the next round of the competition with Megaminx right after this.
Alright, we're now going to be starting with Megaminx. So if you are in Megaminx Group 1, please come on up and compete. If you are in Megaminx Group 3, it is your turn to help judge. So please come on up for that.
Nice job on the square one record.
Oh, thank you. Simon, I think I failed a 3 on throw 3.
Yeah.
First scramble.
Yeah,
It was
the judge was like saying something about that.
yeah.
Damn.
Where's mine? Thing.
You guys have your card?
Yeah. Mine was here. I don't know another one was.
What's your name?
Arhan.
Let's see if it's over.
Some good spawn out?
Oh, thanks. You've been like grinding 5x5 recently, right? But like
5, 6.
yeah.
Why didn't you judge for 3-betting when you were supposed to?
Which group up some better?
What was that?
What group up done?
You were supposed to judge before.
Me?
Yeah.
Can I make up for it for like doing another?
What was that?
Can I make up for it?
Yeah.
Can I make up for it next? Yeah, I'm down.
Well, it has to be one you're not assigned.
Okay.
All right, so Brian Johnson will be solving first in Megaminx round 1. Let's see here. Brian working on the white star here to start things off.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
And working on the F2L is already done. Now onto the S2L. Turning slow, but slow turning isn't necessarily a bad thing in Megaminx. It allows you to stay focused. Focus is really key in Megaminx because you're not necessarily looking for anything super high TPS based. Those were some really good last layer algorithms from Brian Johnson and a very nice last layer in general to end off of a 46.15 for him. Arhan's working quickly through the solve on last layer at 29 seconds on the permutation stage at 34. This could be a 36 from Arhan. That's pretty solid for him. Arhan's has a 39.18 average of 5 officially. Brian Johnson has a 41.13. So 46 was not necessarily on pace for Brian, but this 36 from Aron is. All right. Brian Johnson working on this next one. And taking a look at the overhead view. Wanting to maybe get something better than that 46. Still looking for pieces on the S12. Having to take a little bit of a pause. Taking it slow, though. Working on wrapping up the second stages here. Remembering the last layer algorithms into a J-perm, so a 45.15 from Brian Johnson. Aron still awaiting his Megaminx.
Thank you.
Looking forward to later in the day, we still have Megaminx first round left to complete. Then we have OH first round, and followed by 3x3 blindfolded. Then we'll be moving on to Scube round 1, then Clock, then 6x6 and 7x7. And then we'll have a finals block of Square 1, Megaminx, 3x3 blindfolded, and Clock. So lots to look forward to these competitors. All right, so Aron's going to be solving a second solve here. So getting ready, making sure he wants. Megaminx is going to be pretty competitive here at this competition today. We have Declan Wilhelm all the way from the Mid-Atlantic region as a nice guest here for our Megaminx competitors here in the Great Lakes region. Additionally, in Megaminx, we also have Lucy Grace Bryson, Luke Garrett as well to look forward to.
8 seconds.
Good solve so far for Aron. That's another 36. I can't tell if he's happy about that, though. His PR average is a 39.18, so definitely could be on pace for something. Here's Brian working through the rest of his Megaminx solve. So 2 36s for Aron so far. This could be good. Brian's still working through his Megaminx solves. So Brian is going to get a 47.58. Both competitors still waiting their cubes. Brian has done 3 solves. Aron has done 2. We're halfway through this group of Megaminx round 1, group 1. Right. Aron is going to be receiving his cube.
Oh, it was fine. I started with like a 3 fail, I think. It was like 5-1. But then the average was like 2.
So Aron getting ready. Get things started. I think both competitors will be solving at the same time. We'll focus on Aron's solves.
8 seconds.
Looking at what we have here. Nice F2L to work with. Still has to put that pair. Still has to put in a lot more pairs, so F2L around the 18-second mark. Not necessarily on pace for a sub 40. But there could be some S2L magic here. The thing about Megaminx is that bad F2L could ruin your whole average, but you can make it up very easily if you know exactly what to do. But Aron here, 42 to end things off. 43 for Brian Johnson. So Aron has 2 36s and a 42. So once you get that one bad solve in Megaminx, though, that's kind of all you can think about. I know this from firsthand experience. When you're thinking, oh wow, I have 2 really good solves, that one solve is basically the weight of those 2 good solves in the opposite direction in terms of your mental health, so and your mindset. So you really want to make sure that you're still locked in. Maybe get that 42 out of your head if you're really looking for that PR average of 39. Trying to get sub 40, trying to close things out here in round 1 so that you can be prepared for the finals today. Aron on his 4th, looking to make those 36s count.
8 seconds.
Let's see what Aron could do here. Going pretty smooth into the F2L, no hiccups here. Already eyeing that S2L at a very early stage. This one could be good to maybe secure PR right now, but hiccups at the S2L stage midway through. Almost there though, just has to complete that red star and zooming through the last layer. Can he get into a good position here? 39.25, so that should be very close to a PR average. He's already calculating it. See what it looks like for him. Definitely really wants to make something count. He has a counting 36, but he also could potentially have a counting 42 if things don't end well for him. Brian's still awaiting his 4th, I believe. So warming up here a little bit. Brian's going to get ready. So here's Brian on the fourth solve for him. Trying to make something count, has yet to get a sub 40 this competition. So back soon into the last layer with a 47 to end things off for Brian Johnson. Nothing too much to write home about in his average. But let's see what Arhad could pull off here. Needing anything below a 42 would definitely put him in the PR range. So let's see what he can produce here. Working quickly here. Struggling to find pieces and a path in the F2L stage of this solve. He's nervous, his hands are shaking, can't quite insert that last pair in. Now working on the S2L stage, working his way through the Mega Minx. He needs to stay focused, keep his hands calm, keep his look ahead on point. No pauses would be good. Already at the 33 stage though, but he is on last layer. Anything below 42 would be good for him. And he gets a 39.46. That's certainly a PR average. 36, 39, 39 for Aran. That's going to put him in a very good spot going into the Mega Minx final tonight. So that will be pretty much it for Mega Minx Group 1. We'll be moving on to Group 2 in just a little bit. Catch you then.
We are now calling up Mega Minx Group 2 to all stages. Mega Minx Group 2, bring your puzzles up. Just competing in Group 1, please come up and judge.
What's up?
You been practicing again?
Yeah.
I haven't practiced too much. I just did it was doing pretty good. Right. Three by three was pretty bad. Square one was good. How was your first round?
Square one was square one, like an 18 average. 3 by 3 I had a count of 11, 8, 8.
Oh, dang.
So, I mean, not
I
terrible.
need the Mega Mix fairies to bless me.
You got this.
Give me this up on Lucy Fire.
You got it. What's your PR for your right now?
8.3.
Okay. Yeah, I had like a 4, but everything else is really bad, so I did like H per cross. I don't know.
Oh my god.
I'm ready.
Never heard of
So Lucy is going to be solving on the first solve here. Mega Mix using a Diane Mega Mix here. Looking for probably around a mid-30 average, maybe something better than that. We'll see what happens. Luke Garrett just finished solving with a 37. So let's see what Lucy can finish off with here. 37.50 for Luke Garrett.
We are still needing some judges, especially if you're competing in the last group. Please come on and judge. But you don't need to have competed to judge. Anyone can judge.
So a 43.50 and a 37.50 for Luke Garrett.
That was quite possibly one of the worst 12 I've ever had.
Oh, no. I'm starting pretty good in my. I was locked up really hard on like the last layer, which is weird. I'm ready.
All right, Luke's just going to keep going here on the next solve.
8 seconds.
So Luke's almost about done here. He's going to get a 37.27. Not bad for Luke. Lucy is about to finish solving, or halfway through her solve from what it looks like. And into the last layer, but not looking that clean, unfortunately. 42.67.
Oh, did you switch to the idea one?
Yeah, I honestly might swap it out for the gain right now. It's not feeling too good.
Always there's 2 rounds.
Yeah, looking at that Diane, I don't know. She doesn't really like the Diane that much apparently, so looking like she might have to switch.
This is Jay Braun. Jay Braun.
Embarrassing our judges on stream. So, trying to make the most out of it here. Let's see what he can do. Luke with a 36.87 to round things off on the third solve. So halfway through the average here. Lucy about to do, or doing her third solve. Having that 43, that 42 doesn't really help that much. Her PR average is a 34.82. So eyeing something in that range would be very nice. This solve looks like it could be the one though. Just finishing up the last layer. There we go. Sub 40 for Lucy. Sub 33 for Lucy. Wow. Yeah, definitely more than sub 40 here. 32.67. 32.62, excuse me. So, it looks like, if you look at the top of your screen, definitely seems like a pattern with these competitors. Worse solve at the start, then smoothing things out in the middle, and so far so good in the end. But the fourth one is going to be the one that counts. Or maybe not, depending on how they do. Luke's looking through F2L more. Definitely searching for pieces here. Doesn't really have something in mind. Let's see if he works through this S2L properly. Lucy's getting started as well, but we'll finish up Luke's solve. Using the table to assist in the last layer. Or perhaps maybe that was just a late S2L into a last layer of a 43.95, fixing the cube up at the very end. So 43.95 from Luke Garrett. That is going to be his worst one so far, unfortunately. His first non-sub 40 of the day. Lucy, though, trying to get back on track. Got it with that 32, but seems to not have it in the bag here on this one either. 42.84. So, could be better, but let's look at the BPAs. Still, technically, she can get sub 40 if she counts at 32.62. It is a little bit of a tall order, though, considering the form so far. Worst possible average of 43 is still very respectable, and that will definitely solidify herself into the finals, regardless. So Luke Garrett getting ready on the last solve. Trying to make the most of his average here as we close things off. So while we wait for Luke to solve, let's look at Lucy's solve here. We'll update you on what Luke gets when he's complete, which it looks like he gets a 35.22. On to Lucy. So 35.22 for Garrett, 36.89 for Lucy. So that means that Lucy has a 40.8 average and Luke Garrett has a 37.21. So far, Arhan, I believe, will most likely keep his spot in first, unless, not sure if Luke was the better of the two, but we still have Declan left to compete, so we'll catch him in a bit after this break.
We are now calling up Megaminx Group 3. Megaminx Group 3, break your proposal up. You just competed in Group 2, and you're excited to judge for Group 3. Please come on up and do that.
Can you solve this for me real quick?
Nah, actually, I gotta warm up for my own round.
I got you.
I think you're 1 and I'm 2. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Can't go around it. There's like a fence. Actually, might put one. Just by the way, you guys are supposed to swap your seats.
We're swapping.
My bad.
That's all good. What do you average on Mega?
I don't know. I think I have 41 official, but I can't. I have like a, I don't know. When I practice, I'm probably like low 40, but I haven't practiced forever.
All right, so Jack is going to start off our very first solve for Megaminx Group 3.
Seconds. 12.
So Jack here, getting ready, solving on the first solve here. We also have Declan competing on the other station. Jack with a 51 to start things off.
Thank you.
Now Declan is going to be awaiting his cube. Still needs to do a solve. It looks like he will get started. Declan is the top seed at this competition, even though he will not be eligible for any Great Lakes titles. Let's see how Declan does. Moving slowly on the F2L, taking it nice and slow here. Being consistent at your turning is crucial for Mega Minx because you don't want to be in a spot where you're spamming TPS, but you forget to look ahead and you don't know exactly what your next move is. But he moves through. The thing about Declan is that even though his turning is relatively on the slower side, even for Mega Minx, it's incredible how quickly, how good his look ahead is. So a 38.05, but he's not going to be happy about that. Declan's PR average is a very solid 34.56. So I think he's eyeing PR average somehow in some way. That's what he always does, at least from my experiences with him. Declan will need to beat out Luke Garrett if he wants to get the top seed in Mega Minx at this round. Okay. Jack is on his second. Looking to get things rolling again. Working with a 51. Declan has also received his Mega Minx, so we'll pan over to him once he's ready. Declan's taking his time here. Declan is currently inspecting, and now we'll be solving. So, working through that F2L at a bit of a faster pace than before. He might be on something good here. Still looking for the S2L. Some very, very small pauses, looking for the extra pieces. 52.14 for Jack. At a 33.79 for Declan. 33.79 for Declan is good. He says he doesn't feel confident, but that 33 should give him some confidence at the very least. He's going to see if he wants to beat out, or if he is able to beat out Luke Garrett. So Declan's warming up here. Jack is warming up with a big cube. But right now, Declan is the one that's trying to take top spot here. Even though looks like Luke Garrett will most likely be the Great Lake champion. Declan's getting set. Jack is also getting set. Declan will start first. Declan turned the Mega Minx while it was still on the table and applied those first moves there. So I wonder if that was strategic or intentional from him. But moving through S2L fairly quickly, this could be a good one if he keeps up the pace. On to last layer soon. On to the last layer now. As he recognized the PLL, he does, but it's going to be a lengthy one, 34.91. Not bad for Declan if he's eyeing a PR of some sorts. So, trying to take that 38.05 out of his mind. Jack has 250 so far. Finally gets a sub 50, excuse me, 46.52. That is his best solve so far. Taking a look at Declan's PRs of 34.56, 33.79, and a 34.91 are on track. He just has to keep up this pace. But there's a very thin line, not a lot of room for error here for Declan as he thinks about this one. So far, he is comfortably in the lead over Garrett. So while we're waiting, definitely a very decisive fourth solve for Declan if he's going to get PR or not. It could break here, it could break later. We'll see what happens. Jack on his fourth gets his cube now. Declan's current PR average of 34.56 ranks him 71st in the world, 11th in the nation, 14th in the continent. The Jack starts now.
Huh? I don't think so.
So Jack on a pretty good solve here. Declan just received his cube though. We'll be panning over to him shortly. Most likely after the conclusion of Jack's solve. This is looking solid for him though. I think he's going to be pleased with this time with a 40.06. So Jack looking good. Declan on his next, or his fourth.
Thank you.
And seeing if he can possibly get something here, but he's really struggling on this S2L. This is not like Declan. I saw him really work on one of the crosses for a little too long. Can he save it with a good last layer? Doesn't look like it. This one's going to be a bit of a wash for him, 40.81. So that means that Declan's best possible average could be a 35.58. Worst possible would not guarantee him first. He still has to beat Luke in some capacity here. Trying not to count that 40 would be ideal. Still awaiting the next two. After this, it will be OH. Then after OH is 3x3 blindfolded, and after 3x3 blindfolded, we have a quick lunch break. Lunch is a favorite part of the day for some people. May not be me. Let's see what Jack does on the last here. Jack is working really quickly. High TPS on this Mega Minx solve. I think he really is motivated by that 40. This is one average, to say the least. On to the permutation stage of 37 seconds. Definitely a 40.65. Wow, that is going to be a good average for Jack. So a 40.65 from Jack Pfeiffer gives him a 46.09, which is surprisingly a good way to save things after disaster in the first two solves. Declan's finishing up here. Not looking for much, maybe just not looking for a flop here. Hard to bounce back after that 40, but it looks like this one's going to be the 40 is going to be counting, and this one's going to be the worst solve of the average. 46.70 to end off Mega Minx round 1 at Great Lakes Championship 2026. Declan will be second seed going into the final against Luke Garrett, competing for the top spot. So not too pleased with that result, but still a lot of competition left. We'll be moving on to OH in just a bit.
I'm not a big fan of it.
We are now calling up 3x3 one-handed in group 1. 3x3 one-handed group 1, please come and submit your puzzle. If you are in group 3 for 3x3 one-handed, please come on up and get help with judging.
Bruh.
It's like, I just found it. It's like on the edge of that table or something. I like that the cube that I just spent 20 minutes warming up with feels significantly worse than my backup right now. So we're going to use the backup. We're going to see what happens. But is that true? His words, not mine. But
Hello everybody, welcome back to 3x3 OH Round 1. My name is Carter Williams. We're going to get started off here with the very first group with OH. Hassan with an 11-10 to start things off. Hassan Kanani and Ben Edwards solving first in this OH round.
that I grabbed this one. Weird.
Word.
Weird.
I was wondering where my cube was, dog. This is the cube I warmed up with for 30 minutes, and it feels like trash. So we're gonna see the other end right there.
All right, let's see what Ben Edwards has to offer on this first solve of the 08 round for him. Looks like it's going to be interesting choice of F2L into the OLT perm to end things off. Oh, used the right hand.
It was like the worst 15 ever? Maybe?
Used the wrong turn at the start.
Seen a person start a T-perm with an R-prime?
Yes, starting a T-perm with an R-prime was a choice. 15.63 for him. So 11.10 and a 15.63 are our first solves of the day for OH. So Hassan not using much of the table here, but getting things going. I don't think he's using Rue on this average, 1183 for Hassan.
I'd like to think I'd get the benefit of the doubt because I flipped over halfway through.
Yeah, you're good. That's be safe.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not that you were looking at for the scramble at all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take notes. If it's over, what's your PR?
10. I don't mind. Technically a reg, whatever.
Right. Yes.
Taking a look at the rest of the competition. After we do have Luke Garrett competing in OH, so that's going to be exciting to look out for. And then
Yeah, this is how I sit normally, so it's like I don't know. Whatever, I'm just gonna
Yeah, top down. Great. Oh. That's
So Hassan on the third solve of his average in OH. See what he does here using Rue again. Mastering those M moves once you get in the bag, it can get you great singles like that. 928 for Hassan Kanani. So that's the first sub 10 we've seen so far from this round. Hassan's a 1094 PR average, and a 928 is not going to be his PR single. He has a 913 instead, so, but very close indeed. 1714 for Ben Edwards.
I'm just gonna sit normally with it. No, it's fine. It's really low.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ready.
Yep, fixed it for him, hopefully. Let's see what he does in this solve.
8 seconds.
Using Rue once again. And finishes things off with a 1071.
Yeah.
Not looking too pleased with that time.
It's the stream station. They have a live stream.
So Hassan could potentially get PR average here if he is on pace for one. 1677 for Ben Edwards.
I like how as the round progresses, my signature is getting intentionally.
All right, Ben is working on the last solve. Same thing with, excuse me, Ben's working on his fourth solve. And
this next one.
Hassan will be doing his last.
That's all. Gotta make sure you can do that. Yeah.
Hassan trying to make this one count. He could get PR average if something interesting. Oh, but that's not going to be it. Messed up using the Rue method. And this solve's going to be a tragic 2045. Thinking about what could have possibly been, so that's going to be a worst possible average of 1121. Here's Ben on the fourth for him. Getting started. Working with CFOP. But a messy F2L. Using all of his power to avoid that dot case. And there's no ZB, just OL PLL.
But I didn't know it with one hand.
1874 for Ben. I think he, from what I heard, he attempted to do a ZB, but he.
Were you not told?
I didn't know until like yesterday.
Oh, okay.
He didn't know the ZB going into it, so I think he tried something, realized it didn't work, and then he just kind of had to move on.
We are now calling out 3x3 one-handed for Route 2. 3x3 one-handed for Route 2 to all stages. You just competed in Group 1. Please come and judge.
So Ben working on the last one. Ben on the last
Listen, if I had known
solve of the group.
How you been?
1661 from Ben to end things off. And that's going to be it for the average. So
shout out to my people watching at home, Alexia, Indigo, Zoe. Shout out to y'all. Maybe Reese if you're watching. Love yourself. Thank you.
Great shout outs from Ben there. Let's move on to the next group of OH happening shortly in just a little bit. We'll be right back.
That's
Watch this. Oh. Aren't your cubes always bad?
Well, it like does the thing where you can feel the magnet very strongly.
Oh yeah.
Steven gave me like a way to fix it, but it like it unfixes itself after not very long.
It's in my one-handed warm-up.
Fair enough.
Eight seconds. 12.
Carter could call it on the first solve of the group. Getting us started here using the room method, just like Hassan did earlier in the round. 13.33 to start off, though. Not going to be too pleased with that. So Jack and Carter, two Midwestern competitors, taking their talents to Fort Wayne here. Getting ready to solve.
This is fast.
Like it's been pretty good for like
Oh, for OH. This is good. Dude, I need like super heavy too. That's pretty good for OH.
yeah, okay, it's not as bad. Oh yeah, yeah.
Carter's doing their second solve now. Using the room method to optimize solving. Doesn't better the 13, unfortunately. Gets another 13.48 to close out the second solve of the average. Jack here getting started as well. Using CFOP this time. End perm to end it all off, though. Not going to be ideal. 13 flat for Jack. So both of these competitors are skilled in OH. Jack has a PR average in OH of 997, so he does have sub 10. though he hasn't gotten a sub-10 average since he got his PR at Michigan Mini 32 2025, which was about a year ago. So if he could make some magic and get a sub-10 average today, that'd be pretty awesome. Here's Carter on the third. Carter carefully inspecting, looking for the optimal roost solution. See, getting the blocks made. And finishing it up with a 13.03. So very consistent from Carter so far. Hasn't gotten a solve that wasn't a 13 as the first two digits. Jack's getting ready. Jack using CFOP. Nice last layer though, 10.38, and Jack is pretty happy with that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Jack Pfeiffer doing the U-perm from the back. So halfway through this round, looking okay. Looking okay for Jack. Carter's PR average, on the other hand, we just talked about Jack's. Let's look at Carter's PR OH average. Carter's PR OH average is a 945, but keep in mind that I don't think Carter has gotten a sub-10 average in a while. Yes, Carter's last sub-10 average was that 945 PR average at Wisconsin Championship 2025. Carter with a 12.20 as the fourth solve. So the best possible average of 12.85 for Carter Kukala. Jack working on blue cross with CFOP once again. Awkward shape OLL into a nasty PLL. 12.28 for Pfeiffer.
Thank you.
So far, doing okay. Carter's going to finish their last solve for OH. Let's see if they can make the most of it. It's the difference between his 12-second average and a 13-second average, albeit the gap is about 0.4 seconds, so not insignificant, but certainly shows the consistency of the average. But Carter does seem to be making some pretty good progress here. See if they can finish it off 11.82. So that is going to be the best possible average. But still not too satisfied with the result, in Carter's opinion, from that head shake from before. So this looks like a decent solve for Jack. G-perm to end it all off, 11.46. So Jack's... Oh, shit. Wait, sorry. Okay.
Here's my puck.
Yeah, so that is going to be, sorry. Jack does have one more cell left to go. Jack is a big cube expert, big cube pro here. Known for that big cube identity, not just in the Midwest, but in the country. So let's see how he deals with this final solve.
8 seconds.
Using OH.
12 seconds.
Moving quickly, having a interesting ZBLL transition. 1086 though for him, so that's going to put him at a pretty solid 1153 average. Does not beat Hassan currently right now, but we'll see what happens in the final group of OH round 1, which will consist of Luke Greiser, I believe. Oh, sorry, excuse me, Luke Garrett and Brian Johnson, two very skilled competitors in OH. We'll be right back with more.
We are now calling 3x3 one-handed group 3, 3x3 one-handed group 3. Just competed in group 2, you are probably assigned to judge for this.
Oh, I got an 11 out.
Yeah,
You see my last song?
Yeah.
Dude, that was cool.
I thought you were 10.3.
Dude, I forgot what I did.
That was F inverse sexy like Soun into U permanent. Or F sexy. It was like a Soun F sexy combo OLO into U perm on the tempo.
If you have like a portable charger.
I have like a charger, but it's iPhone, like Lightning.
I have a cable.
Oh, I have a brick that you could use.
Sweet.
Wait,
I don't need it right now.
Okay.
I'll just ask.
I'll try to find it.
All right, sweet. I'm ready.
My hands are colder than bro.
There's a bit of a small crowd starting to form, trying to watch the former world record holder, Luke Garrett, compete in 3x3 OH first round. Additionally, we have Brian Johnson to his left, who will be solving right now. Luke will also be solving too. Brian will go first. Brian is grimacing. I don't think he knows exactly what to go for. And it seems like he's pausing a lot to solve, unfortunately. 927 for Brian Johnson. Let's see what Luke can do on this first one of the day for him. Has already competed in 3x3. Got a nice single to start off the day. Had a very okay average. Let's see if this OH average can do him any favors. 1037 though, not going to be on pace for him. So a 1037 and a 927 for these two competitors.
Brian Johnson has a PR OH average of 916.
I just thought you were doing pseudo. Yeah.
All right, Brian eyeing the second solve of the average so far.
8 seconds. 12.
And he's going to go. Looking into the awkward shape OL and smooths it out cleanly with a 960 to tie it all up.
If I got that, I'd be good luck, man.
So 2 9s for Brian. Pretty decent pace so far. Very consistent solving. This second solve is going to determine a lot for Luke about the pace of this average. A 10 is not ideal for him in this circumstance. Luke Garrett on the second solve of his average. Oh, wow, he's at Soun and knows the ZB 823. That was good at the end. That's a good way to bounce things back. Put a little bit of pep in that step. I guess it was more so Soun into Pilo rather than a ZB. But otherwise impressive from Luke Garrett. Good way to round it all off. In recent times, Luke Garrett is seeming to average around anywhere between a high 8 or a high 9. Not a lot of in-betweens. I don't see a lot of low 9s in this recent round history. Brian's going to go on his third.
8 seconds.
It's a 927 and a 960 to work with. Smiling at the scramble. Let's see what he can do here. Pretty smooth turning, but does he know the ZB and can he execute it well? 1032. 1032 from Brian Johnson. Moving on to Luke Garrett.
Can't get a +2 or anything. I'm just gonna not do it to avoid embarrassment.
Luke Garrett is definitely not trying to get a +2. That's something I wouldn't wish on anybody, to be honest with you.
Seconds. 12.
Garrett on the third solve, trying to make the most of that 8 and not the 10. But ZB at around the 7-second mark.
Oh my god, no.
9.62, and he gets a +2. So that's going to be an 11.62.
Explicitly that I was going to avoid getting a +2.
And he got the +2, unfortunately. See how it happened. Just goes into the ZB, and then just kind of wants to wrap it up quickly. Doesn't really want to worry about the rest of it, but that led to a pretty bad AUF, which led to that +2, 11.62. This was really fast from Brian Johnson here. Couldn't round it off in the end. 10.38 for him. So Brian Johnson's best possible average will not get him PR, but it will get him sub 10. Has not guaranteed himself sub 10, unfortunately, though. He will have to do his fifth solve to determine whether the average will be sub 10 or not. Luke Garrett's on his fourth.
I'm ready.
Trying to get that +2 out of his mind, certainly. carefully inspecting a blue cross from what it looks like. Goes straight into it. Smooth F2L, trying to solve the rest of the cube. 789, that's a great single from Luke Garrett. Sub 8, the first sub 8 of the round.
I explicitly, yeah, I put
No,
my
Emery told me.
Clicky told you about it? Oh my god.
Nice job, bro.
Well, just a really nice OL, and I think he kind of transitioned into the PLL there. But 789 is the best single that we've seen from this round. 883 is the best possible average. I would comfortably put him in first as it stands. From the small amount of data that we have going on here, you can see that Luke Garrett would comfortably be in the lead.
Those stones saved me. I almost missed him.
Brian's on his last.
Yeah, I was like, it's taking a little bit of time.
Trying to make the most of it. He does have 2 9s under his belt. He just has a chance at a sub 10 average here. Let's see if he gets it. Moving through the cross, doing that nice pseudo F2L solution. Brian Johnson's known for that. 970 to end it all off. So, pretty good solve from him. A 970 will bring him to a 987 average 5. So that average will be sub 10 for Brian Johnson. Luke Garrett has not guaranteed himself first place, though. He will need to complete his 5th solve to determine that. Let's see what Garrett can provide here. Working on the last one, trying to make it the best one. Going into the OL at 5 seconds. PL at 886 to round it off. Avoids creating a disaster with that 1162 over his head. So an average of 915 does put him in first place. Not as comfortably as best possible average, but still very solid nonetheless. Just look at that OL into PLL transition. Just knew right away what to do. Very solid stuff from him.
886, 820.
Oh, wait.
Time?
I forgot this
915,
one.
915.
He definitely needed that.
So let's go into the next event, which will be 3x3 blindfolded. Then we're going to head on over to lunch right after that. We'll be right back with more. Stick around. Don't worry. See you then.
Like, if I have this.
If you're individually blindfolded, group 1, you're going to come up and compete. If you're in the second group, you're going to be judging. For this event, please note that this is because this requires more concentration. We will ask the group to be silent, so if you would like to talk, now would be a good time to maybe head outside and go outside for lunch. Also, as another reminder, please do not go through the stanchions and instead go through the openings on the sides of the stages. Thank you.
Alright, hello everybody. Welcome back to the live stream. We're going to be live streaming 3x3 blindfolded round 1 in just a little bit.
I do a lot of things different. I have me cut off.
Once again, we're starting to imagine blindfolded, so the group has to be quiet.
Alright, so Alright, so welcome back everybody to 3x3 blindfolded. So Chris is going to start us off. Christopher Chi trying to... stuck at the memo. Stuck at the execution stage there. Can't quite remember his memo. That's going to be a problem. I think he just wants to get it solved to potentially advance to the final, but he's really stuck here on the edge stage. Does he remember though? He does, 39.19. Could have potentially been disaster for Christopher Chi, but instead turns into a sub 40 single. Definitely not anywhere near his best though. Here's Mason on the first. Don't exactly know. Trying to remember that corners. It's 27-26 for him. So, very solid so far from both competitors. They have successes here. A new change as part of the 2026 regulations is that free blind is now average of 5 instead of previously best, it was previously best of, now it's best of 5, before it was, well, it's still ranked by best, but now instead of a mean, it's going to be an average format for the competitors completed and blindfolded. And taking a look here, that's going to be a DNF from Chris, unfortunately. rankings are still determined by your best solve, not your average, so all you gotta do is just solve as fast as you can, pretty much. So Mason trying to better that 27 that he's got. Looks like he's on pace to do so, and it does exactly that with 17.30. That's a great single from Mason. Taking a nice solid look at that. $17.30 is his PR single. Wow. First sub 20 for him ever. In competition. That is insane for Mason. Props to him. So Mason so far having the best single out of the two. Let's see how Chris does on this one. Chris is going to start first. Chris is just trying to get a better single than that 39. He already has it, but I don't think this is going to be a solved cube. Yes, it is. 23-36. Or no, it's not. It's not a solved cube. It's DNF. Mason can't get much better than 17 for him, so I think he's just going to try to go for a very solid average of 5. That's going to be a 23.45 for him. So Chris cannot get a average, unfortunately. He will just have to settle for the next best thing, which is to go all out on these next two solves and attempt to get the best single possible to move him up the ranks. So Chris on his 4th now. Gets things going, trying to, he felt that corner twist there, and he's going to have to guess correctly how exactly he twisted it, or else this is going to be a guaranteed DNF. This could be 29-20 for Chris. Here's Mason on the 4th for him. $23.37, so guaranteed average. It's pretty solid from him. That 17.30 is definitely very high in the ranking for him. That could put him in a good spot going into the final. Chris Chi has some work to do though. That 29.20 should secure him into a spot, but we'll see what happens. Memo at 10. Ooh, hesitant though. Not a very confident execution despite the time being there. He doesn't know where to go. And that's going to be solved at the very least. 2689, so that is the best he can possibly do. Mason just trying to go all out on this last one. DNF for Mason. So that is going to be it for these two competitors. We'll be going back to the next group of blindfolded shortly.
blindfolded. Come on, bring your puzzles up. If you just competed in the last group, please do not leave for lunch just yet. Please be sure to complete your judging assignment so that everyone who is just judged for you can also go to lunch. Also remember that there will be a presentation by CubingUSA during lunchtime, so if you are interested in that, be sure to stick around. Also, just as a reminder, you're still going through other blindfolded, still requires a lot of concentration. So please remember to remain quiet, and if you would like to talk, please do leave the room.
Hello everybody, welcome back to 3x3 Blindfolded. My name is Carter Williams, and I will be commentating this group. This will be our final group before lunch. So Braden Thompson will be solving first. Braden Thompson is our top seed in this final. Their best signal is a 15.42. So we'll wait for Braden to get going, and he'll start us off. A little bit locky at the end, or in the middle, but seamless transitions. Hesitant though. It is solved, it's a 20.02. Carter is almost on their way to the solving station, so we'll be seeing some pre-blind solves from them too as well. So Braden, great execution. Memo at 7, but pauses a little bit during execution. Not going to be better than what he already has. 21.65. Here's Carter on the first. And Carter's just trying to safety the first solve. Doesn't know exactly what to do at the latter half of this execution. Will Carter's memory come back? Hesitant here, but gets there in the end. 50.14. Braden Thompson on the third solve. And this one could be okay. 1969 is his first sub 20. So far, Mason's 1730 is the best solve we've seen on stream. Carter should be solving next. So Carter has a 50.14, so one solve completed. Let's see how it will fare on the second solve. .76, and it should be solved too, so 21.76 for Carter. Let's see what Braden gets on this last one. 1793 DNF though. It's unfortunate stuff. This looks like we'll be seeing Carter solve next. So Carter Kakala is getting ready to solve. Braden has just started solving. And let's see if Braden can try to get that 1625. Wow. That one is solved, so it turns out I guess it's all okay in the end. And that is going to put him ahead of Mason in the rankings right now. Moving on to Carter, still trying to find some success here. That's DNF. So DNF for Carter. And looking like that 21 is going to be the best one so far. Still has 2 more left to go though. Alright, so Carter on the next. Carter Kakala on the fourth solve. Memo at 9 seconds. This one was fast. Let's see if they can better a 21.76. Oh, I got stuck in the middle there though, so this one's going to be a bit of a wash. 26.19 DNF. Still has one more left to go. Let's see if we'll make that last one count. Okay, so Carter on the last solve of the blindfolded first round. And we'll be moving on over to a lunch break. Alright. So Carter's still memoing at the 12-second mark, and at the 14 and 15-second mark as well. Hesitant at the start, and again, this one's probably going to be a wash, so 21.76 will be the best result for Carter so far. It's DNF 32.79. Alright, so that's going to conclude it for 3x3 Blindfolded. We'll be moving on over to our lunch break, and we'll be back at exactly 1:40 p.m. So a little less than an hour.
That's a good idea.
Do you have the mic?
He said it wouldn't reach all the way, and that's fine. I'm a loud person.
Except we'll want to announce the winner, but we're going to do one announcer. What?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, we'll do the winner over here.
All right, so thank you to everyone who did 3 points. Let's give a round of applause for those people. Wow, that's a good one. So now it's lunchtime. We are not just leaving you with nothing, so we're going to have CubingGG here, and they're going to do some fun stuff. I have Luke Reiser here, who is going to talk about what we're going to do.
Hey everyone, I'm a professional 3x3 coach, spending my time in that corner over there with my fiance, who is available to talk about CubingGG right now. But I think a better use of your time would be to come up and watch the free 30-minute in-person coaching session that I'm about to do with one lucky winner. So we're going to spin the raffle. If it lands on your name and you're in the room, I'd recommend coming up and checking it out. But yeah, without further ado, we're going to spin. Tyler Durham. Tyler Durham, if you are in the room, you just want a free 3x3 coaching lesson. Going once, going twice. So, alright, next one. Adam Christopher Austin, are you in the Grand Wayne Center currently? Alright, we're going to draw one more time. If that doesn't work, I'm going to pick somebody. Sawyer Dean Douglas, are you in the room? He is. Congrats. Round of applause for Sawyer. So, if you would like to watch the lesson being given, it will be available on stream via Clicky Studios. We will also be on the red stage at station number 1. So, Sawyer, if you can meet me there, that'd be awesome. currently 1 o'clock. We're going to try to get as much done as possible before we get kicked off. So the way I always start, what do you average in 3x3 right now?
In the 3x3 round, I got 21, but at home, usually like 18 to 15.
Okay. What do you think made your current average of 21 instead of at 18 like at home?
I messed up on oil sometimes, and like my hands are stiff.
Yeah, I get that. Do you have a pair of hand warmers? Okay, you can get those from like dollar store or something. I have electronic ones, they work really well for me, but if you don't have them, like here, this is one of the warmest parts on your body, both hands. And now I ask you about your 3x3 skills. So tell me like what you know, what you don't know, and what you want to know.
I want to like learn full seatbelt.
Full seatbelt, okay. How close are you?
I'm learning like one algorithm like every week or so. So like I know maybe 10 to 15 OL, and
Okay.
like 10 PO algorithms.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. You know half the field, so that's something to be proud of at least. Is learning alg something that you struggle with, or do you just not want to do it?
The notation for like D's and B's.
Okay, yeah, I get that. The best way for you to do that or get used to that is for you to treat the D like an F, like put it in front of you and just go like that. I do understand. It took me forever to get notation, but just keep working on that and then algs will come to you naturally. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to scramble your cube, if that's all right. And I am going to just let you do your thing. Okay. Judge the quality of that solve yourself.
I think I locked up a couple times.
Okay.
And like my hands now wobble.
Do you think that was where the 3 seconds went that made it 18 to 21? Yeah, you're right. Couple good things. Your turning is really good. I did not expect that. Your turning is really, really good. The other thing, it's very fast as well. Like it's smooth and it's fast. Those are both good qualities to have. Let's start from the beginning. Cross. What am I going to say about cross?
That's really not my suit because like I'm better at the algorithm 7 too.
Okay, yeah, that's really good. Cross, there's no way you can practice it except for just with scrambles, but there is a website that I'll show you about here in a second. F2L is the perfect amount of algorithm and intuition because they kind of go together, and then last layer is algorithmic completely. So your cross should be solved on the bottom of the cube. You did it on the top, which is fine. I did it on the top for a while. I think it took until I was like 12 seconds. That was about what I averaged before I switched. I know some people who are really fast who do cross on top. But on bottom is definitely going to be the way to go. Yeah. In terms of F2L, you just use the beginner's method, like I said. Yeah, that's fine. Do you know the basis for how F2L works as a method?
You have to like pair up like if the top is like different from the edge, you have to like put them opposite, I think, and then if they're the same, like you put them together.
Okay. There's a simpler way to say it. You were right, but there's a simpler way to say it. It's this pair and this pair, like the join pair and then this one. Those are the two most basic F2L pairs. Every single F2L algorithm that you do is going to be a setup move into one of those two pairs, whether it's on the right-hand side or the left-hand side. That should make your life a whole lot easier, and especially if you learn the setup moves as their own algorithm. Let's say I have let's say I have something like this. This corner is trapped in between these centers. This corner does not belong to these centers. Yeah. the basic move for this would be just double sexy move, right? Because that's how the normal pair is. Instead of that, you can do RU, R prime, U prime, and those are the setup moves for this pair. So take it out of this slot in a way that sets up the next pair. I'm not a fan of when people say, I need to learn advanced F2L, because you don't. You need to learn the setup moves separately from the free pairs, but know which ones lead to which. Has everything I've said made sense so far? Yeah. Perfect. All right. I'm going to do a drill with you. Do you use CS Timer as your main timer? If I can type that, would be great. CS Timer. Alright, I'm gonna scramble your cube. Let me show you this. Do you use this little toolbar icon in the bottom left to see the scramble or something? If you tap on draw scramble, if you tap on draw scramble, it'll show you solvers right there is a great function. It shows you how to do the best cross. So for this particular scramble, oh, perfect. D is going to be the side on bottom. So let's see if it worked. R, B prime, R, F. And yeah, sure enough, that's the fastest way to do it.
Yeah.
So, do you do white and yellow or just do white?
Normally in competition I do white, but at home I like to mix it up and maybe do yellow.
Okay. Yeah, I'd suggest being dual neutral. It gives you a lot more choices and helps you see better. What I want you to do, take R, B prime, R, F, those 4 moves, and I want you to do yellow cross with those moves as fast as you can. So you're going to start with yellow cross on the bottom, green in front of you. Now R, B prime, R, F are the moves that you're going to do. This is going to get you used. Yep. Yeah. R, B prime, R, F. So time it on the timer as well whenever you're ready. That's okay. So 3:37. All right. So let's try it again. You're trying to get better than 3.3. Yep, a lot better. See if you can get sub 1. Okay. Yep. Okay, so that's fine. You can do that with any cross solution that exists in the entire world. CS Timer is going to tell you the best one if you use that solvers function. And if you take your timer and practice it over and over and over again, that's not only going to help you with turning, it's also going to help you be able to see those solutions in the future and track all the pieces as you are doing those moves. Which leads me into the next portion, which is probably what we're going to talk most about. Learning how the pieces interact with each other is a humongous portion of learning how to do F2L and F2L well. So stay with me. I'm just going to do the cross. I'm just going to go ahead and solve it. And once I've done that, okay, this is too easy of a scramble. I'd love to give you, there's not much I can explain on that, it's easy. That is the same screen. Okay, let's try this one. So step 1, I'm going to solve the cross.
Yep.
I have this free pair.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you just do that.
Yep, you're right. And there's a step further to that. As I'm doing this pair, should I be looking at this pair or everything that is not this pair?
Everything that's not that. So
exactly. So this is just information that we have. When we do RU prime, R prime, this is going to be in the top layer. So
I can see that you can do like 3 sexy moves to get that in.
Yeah, that's right too. And that's really good to be aware of as well. That's not going to be the next pair that we do, but it is going to be in the future. So as we insert this, this gets taken out and it's in the top layer somewhere. So let's find that edge. It's right here. If you visualize RU prime R prime, let's do this one at a time. So white, quote unquote, is going to be right there, which means it's right here on your cube.
Yeah.
When you do RU prime R prime, where does this white go? From
It'll
right here.
go right here.
Yep, absolutely right. So the white is going to be right here, and we know that for a fact. This edge, RU prime R prime, where does this edge go? This is the equivalent of this edge in this case.
It would just stay there.
Would it stay there?
Wait. It would go right here.
Yep, you're right. So now we know white is going to be right here, and that there's going to be a edge right here. 3 moves. And what you said was especially helpful because that 3 triple sexy move doesn't get affected by that. So you can just go ahead and do that, and now you have just your last 3 F2L pair.
Yeah.
What I just did is a concept called untimed solves. It's when you have a solve and you don't have a timer. Can you believe it? But the purpose of that is you are intaking a bunch of information, and during untimed solves, it's time for you just to experiment. I've learned so many good F2L pairs like this one. No one really likes this one. I watched a lot of Yiheng solves, and he sledges a lot. So I looked at this, and I'm like, what can I do that's sledgehammer-esque that can be like it? If you have this pair, homogeneous right here, if you do a sledgehammer, that's not right. If you do a sledgehammer from right here, it's a 3-mover. That's the pair that I'm showing him right now. So just experimenting with untimed solves can let you find stuff like that. Like that's one of the best pairs that there is, and it looks like one of the worst cases. She had an aha moment in the crowd. I love when that happens. So what we also did was walk through every step of where each piece is going to be that is important to us. Like these are pieces we care about right now, so we need to know where they're going to go. And if you do slow turning solves, like I'll show you an example. This is going to be immensely slower turning, but it's still going to be like an 8.
Yeah.
And I want you to tell me what you notice I pick up on when my turning speed goes down.
You kind of like notice things faster.
Yeah, you notice things a lot faster because when you're turning slow, there's more time to process the information.
Yeah.
You're pausing a lot less, you're locking up a lot less, and I think slower turning is just the way to go in general. If you watch my round 1 performance, it's not very impressive, but it's still there. My best solve was when I was in the best headspace. I was telling myself, you need to turn as smoothly and slowly as possible, and it was a 4.9. So I was able to pull that off, thankfully, and then the average kind of dipped down from there, but I haven't competed in a while. So slow turning is something I have improved at a lot, and I think everyone should be doing it because it's such a good look-ahead exercise. So what I want you to do now, do this scramble. You can do cross on top, beginner's method, you can do whatever you want, I don't care. The only thing I want you to do is turn slower and smoother. Pay attention to everything as it's about to happen, not as it's happening.
Should I time it?
Yeah, time it. Just be as smooth as possible. Okay, so the things that we worked on looked awesome. You had this, which we like literally just talked about, and you did it in the middle of your solve, which is awesome. What we didn't talk about is last layer. Besides just learning it, there are some things you can do to improve. One of my favorite things, if you go to on CS timer, it's a little different. You'll have to go to WCA, tap right there, go down to 3x3 CFOP. I hate. Okay, well, you'll just have to believe me. You can access last slot, last layer, which I think is awesome. When you do the scramble, it's exactly what it sounds like, but there is, whoa, not when you scramble wrong like I just did. There's going to be one pair that's not solved, and the last layer is also not going to be solved. So what this does, it's very good at simulating the flow of a solve, without actually having to do a full solve, because you're doing one F2L pair into your algorithm. So go ahead and time it. I like to time this drill. Okay. You got some cases you didn't know. You've gotten this OLL twice now. Do you know what a Soun is?
Yeah.
Okay, headlights on left. So headlights on left, you do Soun. U prime Soun. Yep.
Okay.
So I see that. I'm gonna have you do a couple more, and then I think we'll be good. Awesome. That looks really good. 7 flat, yep. All right, that's the only other thing I think I want to comment on. You only do it on A-perms because that's the only PLL that you have to rotate for. If you're right here, it's a lot better to do a U move instead of having to rotate the entire cue. Definitely work on that. Show me the OLL first. Perfect. Oh well. Okay, now you've warmed up your cross, you've warmed up your F2L, now your last layer, so let's see how you do with a couple solves. I'm still gonna advise turning a little slower, a little smoother. Awesome. How'd that feel? Good. All right. So I think that's all the time that we're going to have. They're going to start everything really soon. But how do you feel?
Good.
Good. Do you feel better about your solving? Because that solve looked really, really good. Awesome. The steps I would take from here, learn an algo day. Well, first get really good with notation, then maybe learn an algo day, and then, yeah, soon enough, you'll be fine if you learn the algo.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, that's all we got. We're right over there, and we will be there all weekend. Thank you guys very much. It's still hot. Yeah.
Well, I'm from Beavers Hills.
Madison, but it was through like whatever they gave us in the budget for it. Basically, we had to buy all our own stuff. Tripods, extension cords, and we basically used Zeke's PC setup for it.
And did you guys stream off of a phone?
We streamed. No, we had
from if you are selected. And our first winner is Lila Stacco. Lila, are you here? You are here, please come on. Oh, you guys see her right here? Alright, pick one of those. Alright, she picks the 2 through 7 set. So, we have one more raffle, and the winner for the second one is going to be Sage Albright. You're here. Alright. Great. We're going to do one more raffle to later today before finals. Make sure you stick around for that. But other than that, we are ready to start with SKU. So if you are in SKU Group 1, please come on up and split your puzzle. If you're assigned to help for SKU Group 1, please come on up and do that.
Don't make me look bad. Don't touch her. Where's my Carter? Where's my scorecard? Should be given to me. The email says.
Wait, there's... Chill. They're not on right now, actually, but like...
You're station 2, actually?
Oh, I am? Bro, I'm better than you.
I don't trust this. Okay.
Weird in subject, right?
Thank you.
Oh, both of them were commentating? Oh no.
You guys are making that job so much harder.
Good.
All right, welcome back to Great Lakes Championships 2026 in Fort Wayne. My name is Carter Thomas, and I'm joined by...
I'm by Sebastian Carrillo.
And today we got a pretty exciting round of SKU here. We have our first group, and onto the stream stages, you'll see Mason Langendorfer and Lucas Littman-Bruno.
So I know that both of these, obviously they're on stream, they're going to be quite good solvers. Lucas, I believe, has 2.5 for average, and Mason has 2.6. So, very close. I know Lucas uses NS for the most part. Mason, I would assume, probably knows some NS as well.
Yeah, it looks like we got both about to go at the same time. We'll see who wins this first solve. Mason looking like he's going to start here.
Looks like there's at least a white block. Maybe there's something we can't see. There's blue as well. With the long layer, but
yeah, it looked like an advanced case for him. I'm not sure how much NS he uses.
3-9 isn't the worst start. There is 3 rounds at this comp, so first round definitely a good way to see.
Yeah, definitely can be more aggressive with your solutions and inspection when you have that extra round to cushion.
Lucas with a very locky layer. It looks like he just got sledged into U-perm.
Yeah, I mean, both of their solutions looked like very sludgy and not like an NS dog, so maybe it was a tough case there that neither was able to take advantage of.
Yeah.
Me here.
It's looking like just based off their reaction, they were both just having a good time up there. I don't think either of them really practice cube anymore. I know Mason just got a 17 and 3 blind.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
that's
a
awesome.
24 average. So
That's pretty cool.
first sub 22, that was pretty.
That was first sub 20. Yeah. Wow, that's impressive.
We got Mason going up for his second. Seemed to be pretty locked in on his solution.
Yeah, that was, what's it, swirl?
That looked like a swirl.
Like
Looks
a
he
one
just
move to U-perm case. Nothing too, like, kind of crazy there. The scramble doesn't look terribly good.
Got Lucas here going up for his second.
A lot of hesitation.
Looks like you might have thought it was a case that it wasn't.
Yeah,
But
4-7. Not good for either competitor here. So Mason's kind of moved on to the blind events. What about Lucas?
I know he picked up Squan a little bit after Scube. I think nowadays he's more focused on big cubes.
Okay.
I know that he will be posting a lot of big cube times and like the Midwest Cubing official Discord server.
Yeah,
so
he may actually be in contention for Wisconsin state champion in the big cube events.
I don't think that there is anybody else.
I mean, next closest would be Kukala, Mason there with a 3.7. But for Scube as well, I think, or no, Lucas has a lot of competition in Wisconsin actually for Scube. That one will be a lot tougher to win.
That solve from Mason seemed to be a lot more confident, and the turning seemed to be a lot better than the first two.
With that one, he also counts at a 3.9.
We got Lucas here going up for his third. Looks like they might have done a very similar solution.
Yeah, it was sludge to U-perm, which was pretty obvious after that layer, so I mean, not much else you could really improve with that. Lucas getting his best solve and the best time we've seen so far this round. But yeah, that was a generally pretty short solution now.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I'm sure that there are NS algs that are more move efficient, but
yeah,
you know, in the heat of the moment, you kind of got to decide if you even know the algorithm for it.
Right. So Mason's going to go up for his fourth. Both of these competitors are pretty much even in their best and worst times, as you can see up on the display, with their worst coming on second and their best coming on third.
It's like hedge into U-perm.
It's going to be another counting 3 for Mason.
Seems pretty content with it. His turning has definitely improved since the first solve, so he might be getting into his...
So now we get our BPA and WPA graphics going on. So Mason has a BPA of 380 and a WPA of 416.
Pretty consistent, all things considered. Obviously, Scube being a sprint event can be very scramble dependent, so on how you do.
I mean, sometimes with these events, you can just get completely like out of luck because of the scrambles. Like this one doesn't look particularly good either.
Something interesting that was a pretty lucky solution from Lucas, but 4-3 is still not a terrible time. Something interesting that I've spoken with Carter Kukala about is actually in a major final, getting worse scrambles usually are better because top level solvers know how to deal with those a lot better than someone who might have a good PR but doesn't take the event as seriously. That's where you can really see the time fluctuations between other people.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously with average of 5, luck plays a big plays a big role in how championships play out. And so worse scrambles do tend to favor who are actually the best solvers, but obviously it's not always going to be that way.
Yeah. Mason finishing off his average with a 444, his average being 404.
Yeah.
Lucas cannot beat that, but
thanks, man.
We can see if he can get his best solve here on the last.
Great. Yeah, I'm done.
I think he's looking at red, or no?
Looked like orange.
Might have been green.
It's like he did the wrong case.
And
I think
a pure pie.
I think I messed up that case myself quite a bit.
Hey, it's a sub 5 average at least.
So looks like Lucas is finishing off with a 458 average. Not too sure how either competitors feel about that, but again, it's the first of 3 rounds. That'll very comfortably make it to the round 2.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the first round. It doesn't really matter. Those averages will both comfortably get them into the next round, and even then, it'll be hard for either of them to pull up a win or even a podium because this is such a stacked field. In later groups, we got Brian Johnson, Carter Kukala, Simon Kellum. There's a lot of, and Zane even. I forgot about him. He's here.
Can't even forget the GOAT, Chris G.
Oh, and Chris G, of course.
He's my favorite.
Yeah. So I need to go compete in ski myself.
I'm also.
Oh, we're both in the next group. Oh boy.
We're hoping for U-perms.
If we're back, we'll update you guys with how we did. It's fun to watch it around with you guys, and we'll catch you later.
I'll see you guys.
We are now calling up SKU Group 2. SKU Group 2, please bring your puzzle up to all stages. You just competed in Group 1. Please come back up to judge. Also, all of the unofficial event results from last night are now posted, so you can find them on the unofficial events tab. There is a link in that tab on the competition website. There are also 3 people that we need to come to the data table. Aiden Halloran, Daniel Pavlovich, and Mason Schmitz. Please come to the data entry table in the center of the room.
What are you looking for? I'm just here. Oh, you're okay. You're judging? Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
not yours?
Most chopped skew group stream.
Done.
Why is Zane watching us?
His favorite cartoon is on.
Yeah, his favorite cartoon is us doing skew. From the shirt.
You're good. I'm good.
I'm ready.
8 seconds. 12 seconds.
It's so bad. What? No, you don't have to.
Holy crap.
I heard 12 seconds and I know I knew you hadn't started yet.
Yeah.
It's like, he understands me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Skew Round 1, Group 2. My name is Carter Williams, joined by nobody.
And then I like, yeah, that, I don't know.
Currently, we're joined by Christopher Chi and Brian Johnson.
All right, let me know when you are ready.
I'm ready.
Here's Brian on the second.
Eight seconds. 12.
.282 for Brian Johnson. Christopher Chi's PR average is a 244. He gets a free 11 this time. Brian Johnson's PR average is a 231. All right, Brian's up for his second.
Seconds.
Brian with a 277.
I didn't even want to look centers correctly.
And Christopher Chi about to go up. Oh, a fumble of the skew. Brian Johnson's trying to hold in his laughter. 524 for Christopher Chi. You can see in the crowd back there, Sujin and Zane watching on Chris and Brian. Here's Brian Johnson on his fourth solve.
8 seconds. 12.
333 for Brian Johnson. That's pretty solid. So best possible does lay in the sub-3 realm, but also has a worst possible average of 393 because of that 5 that Brian got as the very first solve of the group. Christopher Chi solving now, trying to better a 524, and he gets a 343. So his best possible average is probably looking somewhere, yep, 369, worst possible 440. So these averages do put them always on track to be ahead of the current 2 people entered in, Mason and Lucas. Brian on his last.
8 seconds.
233 for Brian Johnson. That's going to be best possible average, so he will get a sub-3. I don't think Brian can believe it himself.
Wait, was that the last?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He didn't even know if it was the last himself. Here's Chris Chi on the 5th. And it looks like this is going to be worst possible for Chris Chi.
That was totally an accident, by the way. I think I might +2 myself for that.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a +2. Chris.
Yeah.
All right, so that was a +2 from Christopher Chi. Yeah, so that's going to be it for Group 2 of Skew. We'll be moving on to Group 3 in just a little bit.
We are now calling up Student Group 3. Student Group 3 to all stages. You just competed in Group 2. You are judging for Group 3.
I'm ready.
Hello everybody, welcome to the first solve of Group 3 of Scube. We have Simon Kellum here, and Sid Sivan. So a 202 from Simon to start things off. Sid is also awaiting a cube as well. A little bit more about these guys. Simon's PR average is a 184. 184 Scube average. Recently, though, he's been averaging around the sub 3, so occasionally maybe some low 2 averages as well, so something along the lines of that would be good. 202 is very nice for him, though, so we'll see how it fares for him right now on his second solve.
I'm ready.
Simon's going to keep going here with the second solve of Scube, Group 3.
12.
That's a 206 from Simon. Pretty good pace so far, but bit of an execution error towards the end. Felt like it slipped out of his hands a little bit. Could we see a potential for maybe something exciting from Simon? So 2 very good solves for him so far. Here's Sid on the first solve of his average.
Eight seconds.
And this one's going to be a 283. A bit off the mark from what his PR average is. Sid's PR average is a 211. So he is definitely looking for a PR average of some sorts. He has two 211 averages, both achieved at the same competition. Reno, Nevada Spring 2026. Here's Simon's third solve. Let's see if he can make anything out of the 202 and the 206 that he already has, which is very good for him. Ah, Locky and the 346 with the U-perm at the end. That's unfortunate. So, having a 346 does have, that's that one bad solve. Every competitor is allowed one bad solve before they start to count and hurt the average. Sid's still working on his second, though. That's a clean 167 from Sid. Almost at a blink of an eye there. That was a pretty incredible cube solve. That's the fastest cube solve we've seen so far. Simon has a lot to think about right now. This next solve is pretty crucial. It could determine whether he is getting a chance at a really good average or something just run-of-the-mill. That would definitely secure him into the final, but we'll see where it goes. Simon on the fourth.
12.
Ooh, a little bit of a fumble at the pickup, and that's going to be a 315 counting. It's unfortunate from Simon at the start. I feel like he just kind of slipped his fingers a little bit towards the beginning of the solve. Sid about to solve next. See what he gets as his third.
Whenever you're ready.
So Sid has a 283 and a 167. Can he make use of this 1.67 that he has? Let's see. Pause at the start. Locky 283 again, but not what he was looking for. Still 167's promising. You can do anything when you have a really low single, especially in round one, where you might feel like it's okay to maybe turn up the gas and really let go and just go all out on the next two. That's the strategy of some competitors. Let's see what Sid does on those last two. Simon's up on his very last solve. Solve number 5 for Cube.
8 seconds.
Best possible average is 241, which would be
12.
pretty decent for him. So he won't get best possible, but he won't get worst possible. 278. That is going to be a 266 average. So not bad from Simon, but I think he's going to be thinking a little bit about those two 202s and 206s that could have been more if he wanted it to be. Here's Sid on the 4th and 5th solves. Sid will be working on his 4th now as the cube comes to his station. I think it's time to warm up. And just goes right into it. Let's see what Sid finds on this last one. This solve is pivotal. That's a 167 again from Sid. Lots of moves, but done in an accurate manner. 167 twice, but 283 twice. As a reminder, Sid's PR average is a 211. He has not guaranteed himself PR, but if he somehow finds a way to get somewhere close to a 167, about there, it should be good. But we'll see what happens on his last. what maybe the scramble gods have to provide us. See if Sid will be getting a PR average today. So this average is very solid for Sid nonetheless, but this one's going to matter the most to him. 167 is pretty important right now. Let's see if we can count maybe both. Just needs somewhere around a 1.7 in that range
8 seconds
to make it out of here.
12.
Doesn't get it this time, unfortunately. 344, and it looks like that's going to be a +2 as well. So 544 for Sid. So 244 is going to be worst possible average. Still not a bad, not a bad way to go out, but could have been more. So we're gonna head on over to our last group of ski, which will have Zane Kanani in it. So stick around for that. We'll catch y'all in a bit.
We are now going to be calling up SKU Group 4. SKU Group 4 to all stages. You just competed in Group 3. You are going to be competing, judging in Group 4.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Scube Round 1. Just getting situated here, but about to see some good solving today. So it looks like Zane will be the first one to go up. So Zane is ready. And let's take a look at what Zane has to offer. Starts things off with a 262. So not necessarily the most ideal start for Zane. Let's see what Carter could do on the first solve of their average.
8 seconds. 12.
Trying to better Zane's 262, does so with a 151. 151 is the best solve we've seen this round.
Brain is not working right now.
Carter pretends like it's ordinary. 152 is Carter's PR Scube average. Carter got that at Mashini Park 2026. So, pretty recently. Let's see what Zane has to offer on this second solve of his.
12.
A little bit better in terms of TPS, but that's going to be a +2, 462 from Zane Kanani. Stone. All right. Carter on the second solve.
8 seconds. 12.
And can't better a 151, unfortunately. This is just going to be a wash, 448. So two very different solves, 151 and 448. Let's see what Zane can provide on this next solve.
8 seconds.
Zane going up for the third, 205. It's a little bit more like it. I think Zane's main focus, though, in recent memory has just been on 2x2, trying to hone in those 2x2 skills. Scube is definitely, it's been part of the conversation for Zane, but not really to the point where it has been for his 2x2 achievements in recent years. So, I see him a lot more in the news for 2x2 rather than Scube these days. But Zane knows a lot, so you can never count him out for that reason. He's always a top player at majors and regional competitions like these.
8 seconds.
Carter trying to work with that 151, doesn't want to have anything to do with that 448. Let's see where it gets them here. Oh man, 440 at the third solve of the average, so that means that's going to be counting because that 448 Carter got earlier. Here's Zane on the fourth, trying to make use of the twos. 153 to finish it off. That is going to be a very good single from Zane as well. Almost a weird pickup at the start, but that flowed well in the end. And that's really all that matters. But it doesn't matter how you solve it, just as long as you solve it, as long as the time is good for you at the end, then it's all good. Carter up for the fourth solve of their average. has a counting 4 under their head, so not much to do here, unless you can count the 151 too. 144, that is solid stuff. And unfortunately, even with that counting 151, Carter's best possible is only a 245 because of that counting 440. Here's Zane on the last 270 at the end to wrap it all up. It's not worst possible, but 246, which means that Carter's best possible could still beat Zane, depending on if the 150 or the 144 would be counting or not. All right, Carter's about to solve. And looking like they're gonna try to get a 245 here. And just goes all out at the end, but not a great result. 260, the only 2 in the average, even though it is going to be a 284 average of 5 for Carter. So that would put Carter, bump Carter all the way down to 4th right now. So our top 4 would be Sid, Zane, Simon, and Carter in that order. So that's going to be it for our Skew round. We'll be right back with Clock right after this.
Alright, we're now going to be starting with Clock. So if you are in Clock Group 1, please come on up and submit your puzzle. If you're in Clock Group 3, we will need you to help judge, so please come on up. As a reminder for Clock, when you are judging, you do need to check both sides in order to make sure that it is solved. So remember to check both sides. If you are not in the Clock event and would like to help judge, that would be great too. Let's have some fun with this event.
scorecard's already supposed to be okay. Okay.
And then you know how to enter data.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the Great Lakes Championship here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We are starting up in clock. For our stream competitors, we're gonna have Adam Schwen and Carter Williams. Taking a look at both of these competitors. Let's see, I know Carter has about mid 3 and Adam has high 3. Let's take a look here. Yes, so Carter Williams is currently 5th on the psych sheet with a 357 average, and Adam is 6th with a 389 average. I know Adam got into clock a lot later than Carter. Carter Williams having a history in the event. I know he was a flip main, got sub 5 when that was the meta. Adam, I think initially was a Pura connoisseur. Now does, I think, clock alongside that. So let's just see here. We got both of them warming up. Clock takes a little longer to scramble than most other sprint events just because you got to be pretty accurate. Looks like we got oh, I thought he was coming over. All right, here we got Adam. Let's see here. Adam here going up for his first solve. Let's see what he can get.
8 seconds. 12.
417 looks good.
You should use like the signs there too, for like the okay.
All right, we'll start with that. Okay, we're still waiting on Carter's cube for the second. Adam uses the Shangshao clock, and Carter, I think he might just still use a Qi, but we'll see here. With a little head shake.
8 seconds.
Might not like the scramble that much. .409 looked good.
There's nothing. What the?
Okay.
Looks like there was a incident with
Can you
Adams. Looked like there wasn't a clock in the cube cover. Kind of confused on what happened.
Oh, nice. Good question. We all have our moments.
Bro, God, the clock wasn't even in the cover.
Let me see. I believe that there is 3 rounds of clock at this comp, so the need to, oh, there's 2 rounds. Interesting. I was under the impression there was 3. So it looks like finals with clock can be very inconsistent. I think for a regional, this definitely is not as competitive. I know in the Mid-Atlantic region where Carter's from, clock is a very, very competitive event. So I believe, let's see, it's top 16 for finals, and it is 474 on the psych sheet. So honestly, with clock, there's just like, it's so inconsistent because you could DNF kind of high time, or, you know, you could have a good solving day and you'll get like, you know, 3s and 4s, which is what you would hope for, I guess, if you're making the final. Got Adam here going for his second solve. .394. Is it good? Yep, looks good. Consistent start for Adam Schwen. And here we got Carter Williams going.
Oh, I got it.
Looks like he got the same scramble. We'll get that back here. Carter being a very honest competitor when he receives a duplicate. You can always respect that sort of stuff. Later in the day, for clock, for people on the stream, we're going to have Reed W. Richardson and Luke Garrett, both Indiana residents. Then we're going to have Carter Thomas and Zachary Cribb for the last group. Zachary Cribb recently has been doing very, very well in clock. I know he's been doing clock since 2023, 2024. So it's always really cool to see new people get at a high level in events. Carter Thomas has quite the history with clock as well. I know he peaked, I believe he was top 10 during the flip days. Obviously the former world record holder as well, and has had a couple North American record results.
8 seconds.
All right, now we got Carter Williams going for his second solve. 386. Seems to be doing just a little better, 0.1 better than Adam here on both of these. And we got Adam going for his third. Both solvers very consistent. I guess you would hope from a high-level solver they'd be able to get some consistent results.
Check it.
271 from Adam. Very, very good start. Obviously, that breaks any form of the consistency I was just talking about. But Carter Williams looked over, so obviously Adam was quite excited to get that time. I wonder what could be going through Carter's head right now. Obviously, he knows there seems to be an above-average scramble. We'll see if he can make something out of it. And here we got the GOAT, Stone Payne.
What'd you get?
Judging.
PR? Took you long enough.
This is why. You got there.
Carter here,
People tell me every time I win,
tangled
I have AirPods
in his cords.
Why don't you got it right? Yeah, I got it. I'm ready.
Let's take a look at this scramble here. Is that?
8 seconds.
Ooh. Aw. Unfortunate. That scramble looked pretty good. We got Adam here on his next.
8 seconds.
.465 from Adam for the safety flip. So, let me switch over to Adam real quick. 465. Stone. What was Carter's? Do you know the decimal? It was 7 something. It was a DNF? Okay. All right, I just found out from Stone that Carter's third was in fact a DNF. He was off by 1 tick. Didn't look like the solve was going too well anyways, but that is quite unfortunate. All right, now we got Carter here going up for his fourth.
I'm ready.
Hopefully he can clutch up the rest of the average. This is kind of that point where, like, knowing you have a DNF either means you have to safety to some extent or you mess up. It could take a chance at you making finals. Obviously, Carter is also counting a 4-0, so that having a low 4 counting like that can definitely help with saving an average. Both competitors have one solve left. Adam here with a BPA of 361. That would be PR. Counting a 2.7 is not out of the question, but obviously it's probably going to have to take a pretty good scramble to do it. 425 worst possible. That is not bad at all, especially for the first round. Carter Williams with a BPA of 444, and then obviously DNF.
8 seconds. 12.
Looks like Adam did not do too hot on the last solve, but that is okay because his average is still going to be 425. That is a very good start for Adam. He has been doing consistently a lot better. I know looking at his recent comp, or overall his comp history, he has struggled a little more to do well, but he's been really doing better, and we love to see it. Here we got Carter Williams getting a 474 with a safety flip on the last. And that means that Carter's average is going to be 473. So sub 5 for both our stream competitors. That is not bad at all. Was really cool to see Adam obviously get a 2.7. That was pretty dope. But it is looking like we are going to start getting ready for the next group. So I am going to head out. And yeah.
We are now calling up Clock Group 2. Clock Group 2, come on up. You just competed in Clock Group 1, or if you just want to help us with judging, please come on up to Judge Group 2.
That was actually so horrible. I like this spot.
Start rolling around a little bit. Yeah. Ah. Again? Yo. 3 rounds of clock? Just 2. 2? And not, you know. I don't care. I got my hair on. I'm trying to make it something.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Clock Round 1. My name's Carter Williams. I will be commentating today, and yeah, we have a really exciting clock matchup going on right now between Reed W. Richardson and Luke Garrett. Alright, I'm going to be joined by Carter Thomas as well.
I'm so excited to be here and watch him clock with you guys. Looks like Luke Garrett is doing some warm-up solves. I saw him practicing in the scrambling table and got a solid 8.9 on one of the solves I watched, so we'll see how he does today.
It's okay, you know, we all have our moments, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially him. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, and it's a Carter Williams song.
But he's in the receive
Oh yeah,
spot.
it is the Carter Williams song. Reed just got a 384 in warm-up, so.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, so far, first group, we had Adam with a 425 average, which pretty decent for him, I think, right? He just recently got sub 4, so that's a good start to the comp for him.
I'm ready.
All right, we see Luke going. Really can't see the clock because of his hair. Took a while to decide his orientation. Might be flipping. Right now, he's doing some time. 380, not bad for him. And solved. Yeah, that scramble really didn't look like that much. So 3.8 there is like actually pretty solid. I know Luke's ironically reacting, but still 3.8's pretty good, and will be enough to get to the next round for sure, and maybe even sneak in a podium.
Carter, does a 473 make finals here?
473. It should. I'd be shocked if it didn't. Trying to think who 16th would be. Probably Bashi? He's probably a sneak into finals?
Yeah.
So his official's 4.4, and so I would think 4.7 would be.
I think
I'm
4.7,
sure you'll be
yeah.
fine. What happened in your average?
Okay, so the third one was a juicer. But
yeah, well, it was.
I haven't touched the clock in 2 months, so I low-key forgot how to solve clock without no D moves. So.
Oh yeah, and fourth also had no D moves, right?
Fourth was pretty solid too, but I think I safetied that one. So.
Oh yeah, because after the DNF.
Yeah.
It sucks that your 2 worst times run the 2 best scrambles. Oh no.
Thanks, Carter. Thanks for making me feel better about it.
It's okay. You'll get at least 5 more, or at most 5 more attempts.
At most.
Reed going up for his first. I'm going to take a while to warm up, but we'll see how he does here.
The classic Reed warm-up
Luke starting off
strategy.
as well at the same time. Luke's a little bit further into inspection.
8 seconds.
He's on scramble 2 though. Reed is on solve 1. Reed with a 2-7. Luke with a 5-3.
Second solve.
Both appear solved.
Oh.
So Reed off to a really good start. I believe his PR average is 3.3. So 2-7 is pretty good, especially considering how that scramble did not look too great. Second scramble as well is also like pretty mediocre from what I can tell, but it was pretty similar to how the first was, where it's like no D moves, 1 tick D move to start. So maybe Reed can take advantage in the same way.
Yeah, for sure. 277 is a good start though. I believe Reed's PR average.
Pretty sure
should be
3.3, right? Or
3.2.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely eyeing a sub 3 at some point.
Yeah, he definitely can. He has probably been capable for a few years or a while, but you know
That's how clock works.
Yeah.
You're capable of it, but
exactly.
if it happens, it's up to fate. So
Exactly. And clock famously one of the harder events to maintain composure in. Like the world championship times was 3-0, and the world record at the time was like 2-2. So it's definitely a nerves event.
It's
Luke here
nerve-wracking to watch too.
His third.
8 seconds.
This one looks good. Safety flip 3-7. Looks okay. Oh yeah, looks like he messed up his slash or second move or something along those lines. Nice little replay there.
Yeah, it was a replay. Definitely. Okay, 380 and a 3-7 shouldn't be bad, right?
Yeah, even if he counts that 5,
Yeah.
like he'll probably be fine. I'd be shocked if sub 5 doesn't make
But
finals.
you're never in the clear early in an average of clock because
That is true. Yeah, double
yeah.
DNF happens any moment, you know.
Yeah, you're only clear after the 4th.
That is true.
And even then, it's precarious.
All right, Reed here, maybe hoping to count this too. What can he do on this solve?
How about you?
Yeah, it looks a little easier on one orientation than the other, but it's still not clear what the best route to go on this scramble is. We'll see. It's pretty solid for him.
Wow, that's
Counting
good.
3-1, that's below his PR average.
2 solves below his PR average already.
Yeah,
That's-
and that
that's very
3-1
solid.
at worst is going to count.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that'll be good for him.
That safety flip at the end. Sometimes, like, I mean, everything in hindsight's 2020, but sometimes, do you ever get that feeling as a clocker, like you regret, like, ah, man, maybe I should be more confident in myself. I shouldn't have safety flipped on that one solve.
Yeah,
or-
I mean, in one of my PR averages, I did, but it ultimately didn't really make a difference.
Right.
But I was talking to Brendan about this, like him and Lachlan both, like flip it while stopping the timer, I guess. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I told him like, don't do that. It just takes extra time, and he's like, why? You get to see it again. But it's like half the time you don't even realize it. So I don't know.
Did we just miss a Luke Garrett emote?
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
3-6 from him. He's probably a lock in the finals. I would be shocked if he didn't. What'd he do here? I think there was a solved center edge skip, so decent scramble for him.
Yeah. So Reed, though, is on really good pace right now. We're waiting his 3rd solve here. Waiting is so precarious, too.
Yeah, I mean, Reed, I think in the past, has struggled on these last few solves, so if he's able to just get a good start, be well below his PR average, he can afford some even lackluster solves in his last few. Like, if he's able to count this too, like, he needs probably, what, 3-6 or worse, 3-8 to get his PR average. Like, as long as he can get something on the 3rd before the nerves start to hit, that's what he wants.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, this is a good scramble.
8 seconds.
See what he can do. Oh, that looks good. Oh, counting 2-7 Carter. We're going to see something crazy here.
Whoa.
Wow. That was a good solve. So
Yeah.
his mean of 3, we're about to see it right here, 2, or no, it's just counting. Mean of 3 is probably around the 2.8 area if I had to guess. So he could even be on pace for a Great Lakes record. This is also an insane scramble. Luke has a L-shaped solve. Safetying it, but this could very easily be a PR for Reed. This scramble we know is very good. Fourth I haven't really seen, but...
Let's take a look at that 2 that we just saw from
Oh,
Reed.
yeah, here we go. Yeah.
That turning's just flawless from him.
Yeah, it was like very generous scramble, but the turning as well just complemented it so well. He did have a tricky second D move, or I guess it would have been first because one was already solved. But one of the D moves was kind of hard to do, but he was able to do it pretty flawlessly. He's warming up with some big cubes as well, which he's also been turning his focus towards on top of Clock, but I'm sure he'd really like to take the Great Lakes title for Clock this year.
Time.
All right, he's receiving his puzzle for his fourth solve. Should probably only need like 3.8 here to lock a PR, but we'll see what he can do. And obviously we know that fifth scramble is very good, so he pretty much has 2 chances to beat it. Oh, this one also has a center edge skip, so he could definitely get something here. Oh, he's shaking.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
476.
Okay, I hope it's solved, because then he can just go all out. Okay, so he can go all out on last, which we know is a good scramble.
So best possible here is 286. Worst possible is a 355.
Okay, so he can't get better than me. That's a good thing.
Okay.
But yeah, he can still get 2.8, which I believe would be WR20 range, 286.
Should be.
Right?
Yeah, I haven't, honestly, I haven't kept track. I don't want to look at my rankings anymore. I know how far I've slipped down.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, low-key. Like, I haven't PR'd in almost 2 years at this point, which is kind of crazy to think about. But Reed has been he's been PRing pretty consistently recently, so maybe he can work up some magic here.
Yeah, I can't imagine what's going through Reed's head right now.
Fifth solves with PR BPA suck. It's so bad.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
But you know, that's what makes a lot of cubers great, is their composure. And you know, for people to be able to clutch, like Timon, for example, in Worlds Finals, like he got that fifth solve. That was more of a victory lap rather than a need to get a good time here, but this could also be a victory lap in some sorts if he gets like another 2 or something along those lines.
Of course, yeah. And to be honest, I think that's a lot about cubing too, is the adrenaline. Like the reason why I come back, like why I haven't stopped, is because even now, even though I don't practice as nearly as much as I used to 2 years ago, I still get that adrenaline rush when I'm competing, and it's so fun, and I live for it every day.
Yeah.
Let's watch Reed's last solve.
So, do we know what time he needs for PR? Still probably 3.8 range. That's what I guessed earlier. Should be very doable for someone of Reed's caliber on this solve. He just needs to turn well, not shake. Yeah, so here's that L shape we see. Oh, there's another center edge skip. Wow. Okay, he's not going to use it, though, I don't think. Because it isn't a no D move. Here we go.
3.7 is what we're looking at? No.
I think it might be PR still. He messed up the second D move a decent bit. Can you see what it is? I'm pretty sure it's solved.
Just waiting for confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's solved.
324 average, so he just misses PR. That's rough.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh,
That
wow.
sucks to see.
So we got to replay that last.
Yeah, so he messed up his D move here. He does a -5, -1 instead of the full 6. And then kind of hesitated on that last move, but that's really unfortunate for Reed there.
Yeah,
that's probably one of the best
He's just going
starts
to find out
he's
that's a
ever gotten.
324. So, unfortunate from him, but we move on. Next group of clock.
That's going to be me, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be you.
Oh, and Zach
Zachary
Cribb. Oh, that'll be
Cribb.
exciting. He's been really good recently, and I'm really excited to see what he can do.
I'm excited to see him compete. I'm not familiar with the Great Lakes game, honestly. So the Midwest game in general.
He beat me in Worlds Finals, actually. So
Oh, wow.
We'll see what he can do here. I don't think 3-0 was recent for him, or no, that was recent for him. So he's been improving pretty rapidly. So maybe he's a contender at the title as well.
Somebody to watch.
Yeah, I'm
All
gonna
right.
head out,
Well,
compete.
all right. See
Catch
you
you
later.
later. I'll see you guys on stream.
Yep. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Great Lakes Championship 2026. My name is Carter Williams, and I'm not joined by anybody today, but I am joined by these two competitors, Zachary Cribb and Carter Thomas. Carter Thomas has been in the clock scene for a very long time. Not very long, but in relativity, he was one of the first to be part of that wave of clock resurgence post-COVID. All right, so we are going to complete our first solve of clock group 3 with Zachary. This one should be exciting. Let's see what they have to offer. Zach's PR average is a 309. I believe he got that recently, so we'll see what he can make of this solve right here. 346 for Zach. But it's a DNF though.
Time to safety.
Time to safety, as Zach said. Let's see what Carter Thomas has for us. Going for not a great 720. It should be solved, but looks like it all went wrong for Carter there too as well. So 720, not a great start for either of these competitors by any means. And there's a difference. There's really about clock is that you have to set the tempo here. So your first solve is probably one of your most important solves of the average, because this is like your heat check, basically. If you're making NBA comparisons, this is where you go up to the 3-point line and you shoot your shot in the first quarter. And if it goes well, then you could set the tone for a really, really good game. But if you airball, then it all might be over. Here's Zach on the second solve, needing to be as safe as possible here if he wants to get into finals. Not necessarily too safe, but can't go all out anymore. 408 to round it off, and it is solved. So Carter Thomas awaiting his second. So Carter on the second solve. He has a center edge skip. Going for 7 simul, but a safety backflip, 398. Carter is not too thrilled with that, though. Yeah, Carter can't be too thrilled with 398.
but it is still a solid solve, better than that 720 you got earlier. Zach's really thinking about not DNFing the average. I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right strategy. You gotta just keep in mind that you want to make sure your headspace is fine. Think about the DNF, but don't let it affect your safety solves. You really never know what could happen. Maybe you do end up getting a really nice result on a safety. So, see what happens. Struggling on the D move at the start, though. Having to flip again. 465, and it's solved. The thing about clock that was so electric about it in like from 2021 to 2023, 2024, even to an extent 2025, was just how quickly it progressed from being a very unliked event, considered very obscure, very out there, and it's still considered an obscure event, but it's grown a community, and just there's an excitement about, I think with 7 Simul especially, of just learning something new and being able to see that improvement very, very quickly. It's very rewarding to people. So that's why I think clock became very popular here. No center edge skips, so I believe we're going to go for 7 Simul flip here. 318. Check the back. And it's good. That's more like it from Carter Thomas. 318 is a solid solve for him. He will be... That's the solve he's probably the happiest about right now. Zach doesn't have too much to be happy about. Maybe a sub 4 on the horizon if he decides to maybe take it a little bit riskier on this one. 338, and the back is solved. So,
yeah, with the safety flip.
yeah,
Let's go.
the exact time of the safety flip. Carter's reminiscing about the past, isn't he? Oh, man.
I'm not trying to repeat what happened last year. I'm doing whatever it takes to make it a finals, even if it means a 4 round. I don't care. I'm not doing that again.
Let's see how Zach and Carter are going to complete their last 2 averages.
I'm gonna have to like hard safety memo though. I swear, if this is like solved for us, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, Zach really does not want to DNF this solve, so he's doing pretty much everything in his power he can to make that not the case.
8 seconds.
Going here. Smooth turning all around, checking the back again though, 379, and that's good. So Zach punches his ticket into the final. Creates an average of 417. Should be enough to make it. Should be well enough to make it. That currently situates him in the podium right now, looking at the standing of things. Carter still on his 4th solve. Going for 7 simul flip. Or just 7 simuls, excuse me. Flipping though anyway. 357, and it's a solved clock, but again, shake of the head from Carter. So best possible average of 358 for Carter Thomas. And a 492 worst possible.
I lifted it and the clock was flying, and then it fell out. Like, you know,
So Carter's awaiting his very last solve. So Carter on his very last of the average. Trying to take advantage of the center edge skip in the back. Going for 7 simul. Hesitant on the moves. Oh, this is not going to be... That's not going to be ideal. 538 for Carter Thomas. Will be counting because of that 720. So just fumbly at the end. Unfortunately for him, 431 average to round things off. So that's pretty much going to be it for this clock round 1. We'll be moving on very, very quickly to the next round of competing, which should be 6x6. So we'll see you then in just a bit.
Alright, we're now going to be going with our last first rounds of the day, which are 7x7 and 6x6 first rounds. So these ones are going to be happening at the same time. You will be in the same group for each event. The way that it will work, you will take both of your scorecards to your station, and you can choose to do either event first. So you can choose 6x6 or 7x7 first, and then just submit whatever cube with that scorecard. Once you finish that one, you will go and move on to the second one. So if you are in group 1 of those events, please come on up and compete. If you are in group 2 of those events, please come on up and help us with judging.
I don't think I have enough storage space on my phone. For what? Like if I tried to film. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Don't worry, I won't embarrass you.
It's fine.
probably 7.
Okay. What are you gonna?
I think 6 or something.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, I don't even know. I just switch it up every time.
Yeah. Never really just developed a strategy.
Thank you. I'm using a new 7. We'll see how that goes. But, yeah. It's a lot better than the one I was using the last one.
Is it a 5?
Yeah. Oh, how you doing, Clark?
Counting. I don't even remember what I counted, but like mid before.
Ah, okay.
I see. Because I said my solve one.
Ah, I see. Bro, I'm in this. I got like 3.7. I'm locked. Actually, I don't know how that happened. The scrambles are good. It was the one at Reed. Yeah, Reed was a crazy run. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, this is gonna be bad.
So the way this is going to work is that these competitors are going to be alternating their, I believe that they're kind of like alternating their results. So Carter will be doing 6x6, but Luke Garrett will be doing 7x7.
Sub 140? Nope.
So it looks like Luke will be solving first on 7x7.
I'm ready.
Eight seconds.
So let's see how Luke Garrett fares here on this 7x7 solve. Trying to make those yellow bars as quickly as possible. I think the strategy is that you kind of take it a little bit slow for your first 2 centers. You want to make sure you're not pausing during your cross stages, and then after that you want to go sort of all out on your centers, and then again just focus on look ahead on your edges, and then it's all good. 7x7, it takes a lot of time, but honestly with every solve that you do, you just get a little bit better because you just get a little bit more used to the feeling of solving. So Garrett is on the center stage right now. I believe he does not use Yao. He uses Redux. Carter Thomas solving. We'll catch up to him in a little bit. Back to Garrett. Done with centers at around the 107 mark. Now working on the edges. Having to flip back and forth between the layers is all part of freestyle. I think in recent years, Yao has really become superior to, or has become, not superior, but the more popular option for big cube solvers. There are little Redux users left, other than the infamous Max
Park, obviously, one of the best solvers of the big cube and the best Redux user, just because of his insane look-ahead ability. By contrast, Carter is using the Yao method for 6x6. He flips it around 53 seconds. Both competitors working on their solves here. Carter's almost about done with the most of the stage, or excuse me, the edge stage. 210 for Luke Garrett, and a 123 for Carter Thomas.
I don't even know what I average right now because I'm so washed. Yeah, sub 210 is probably fine, I guess. Okay, but that was so shaky though. That was probably on pace to be like a 205 at 3x3. Yeah, 3x3 was so bad. But
So Garrett was eyeing a 210 mean, but said that that 205 could have been better if it weren't for the 3x3 stage. So Carter Thomas is solving his next big cube, the 6x6, working on the first two centers, still having to complete that yellow center here, using blocks instead of bars. Well, now he starts the bars. Moving into the cross edge stage. And now he quickly transitions into the center stage. Needs to maybe make up for a little bit of time here. Still working on that third center around the 41-second mark. Now trying to complete those last two centers quickly. Center's done around the 50-second mark. Flipping back and forth for the edges, trying to see where everything goes and where everything matches up. Almost at last 4 edges for Carter at the 110 stage. But a little bit locky here and there. And moving into edge parity, which would move him into OL and the PLL. There's going to be a 130 for Carter Thomas, and I don't think he's going to be very happy about that either. Here's Garrett on the
8 seconds.
Next one.
12.
So this is the 7x7 solve for Luke Garrett. He has a 210 already. So Garrett almost done with halfway through. I believe it's 7x7 solve. Carter is almost done with his 6x6 mean. We'll watch the rest of it. Trying to solve that cross fairly quickly. Moving into the last two centers at the 38-second mark. This one could be good for Carter Thomas, possibly. I'm excited to see what he has. He has a 125 official mean of 3, but his PR single is a 118. Can he get anywhere close to that? He's at, Boot Garrett just got a 2:05, by the way, so Carter at the 1 minute mark. PR single is 118 for 6x6. He's getting there with parity. And there we go, 109.81 for Carter Thomas. Whoa, that is insane from him.
That's overall PB too. Oh my god.
That's overall PB for Carter. 109.81 would put him 18th in the world.
It's like
109.18 is NAR 5.
That's crazy.
109.81, sorry. 109.81 is, sorry, US Nation 5. But he is NAR 6 now. That's pretty insane. I saw the flip at 36. And I got really I got really like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'm gonna look. 109.81. Oh yeah. 18. That's my best rank now. Oh my god. Wait, that might be over my clock average. You're right behind.
Remember we had one day when you were talking about how your 6 was so lopsided?
Because it is. I started with 123, 130.
Oh really?
Yes.
So is that mean too?
Yeah. I was like quick and I knew that was good. That is crazy. You can. I'm gonna need it. Really? I'm gonna need that. Okay.
So Carter Thomas and Luke Garrett both waiting cues. So here's Luke Garrett on the third solve of his 7x7 mean.
12.
Gonna have to work quickly here. So we're all sort of talking about Carter Thomas's 109.81. That's pretty incredible from him. Pretty insane stuff. So Carter is going to start off his 7x7 mean now. I think Carter's starting to transition from being a clock main into a big, I guess if he hasn't already, he's really solidified himself more as a big cube main than a clock main now. I think that's a new role that he would graciously take. Luke Garrett finishing things off with a 2 flat, so 205 mean from Luke Garrett. So, Luke. So Carter is almost done with 7x7 on the edge pairing stage.
I'm ready.
Carter Thomas's PR 7x7 mean is a 2 flat, so Carter just got a 208. His PR singles a 154. Luke Garrett's now going to be solving 6x6. This one should go a little bit more okay for him. Luke Garrett's best time on 6x6, he has a 122 mean, but his single happens to be a 117. So Garrett is starting to flip at around the 40-second mark. This solve is with Redux though, so it's going to take a little bit longer to pair up all those edges. Not exactly an even 50-50 split, perhaps. Maybe it could be. Luke with at the 113 mark. Into the OLL, into the PLL with a 121. He's going to like that. It's very close to his existing PR mean. All right, Carter's going to start off 7x7 here. So Carter Thomas still working on the centers right now.
I'm ready.
Luke Garrett's going to get himself ready as well. But we're going to finish up Carter's 7x7 solve first, and then we'll move on over to Luke Garrett whenever he is at in the 6x6 solve. Again, Carter's PR mean is 2 flat. Should really be maybe turning the cube over now. I think he's still on the edge. He was just on the edge parity stage, and now he's trying to solve all the cube. So 250, 205 from Carter Thomas. Here's Luke Garrett using Redux. Luke is looking for somewhere around a 122. He already got a 121 earlier. Flip at around 38 seconds. That's on pace. But really needs to speed up, find those edges. Slight lockup at the end, but these minuscule mistakes are a little bit more forgiving on 6x6. It's just when they start adding up, it gets risky. Edge pairing stage, relatively efficient. Just did a bit of a UU prime, finding some of the last 8 edges here. Now on the 3x3 stage, should be on pace, trying not to get parity. He does though, and in a perm to end it all off of a 123. So on pace for PR, he just needs to get somewhere around a 122 or a 121. 121 would definitely secure it for him, so needing to be okay for this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, dude. Bro, so if I get over on people, I'm a lot. Yeah. I
You'd be better than me again.
111 won't be me though. Oh, yeah. So not my single, but, well, depends on how big we make that people.
So Carter Thomas completing his 7x7 solve. Let's see what he can do here.
Yep.
Luke Garrett?
Yep.
Not much to do there. Let's see how Garrett does.
Ready. How's it been?
12 seconds.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna get an extra.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Dear Lord.
Luke Garrett's going to get an extra because of over inspection, or the judge did not call inspection during the
It's okay.
during the 8 and 12 second mark. So,
Next time I forgot to time it and it went over.
That's okay.
I did not
Yeah.
put those.
Yeah.
so we are going to get an extra on stream here. Haven't seen a lot of extras on stream.
Yeah, it's
okay. You can go back to being a judge. I'll take care of this. Sorry.
Nah, it's okay.
So Carter Thomas rounding things off with a 209, but not very pleased with it at all. Still should be very happy about that 109 that he got earlier in this round, or this group, I should say.
Oh, that's right. That makes sense. Wait, what were your times? Not even close to yours. 209,
So Carter's gonna head out.
Oh yeah, I heard.
We're waiting for Luke's last.
Still on PN overall PB on the same scale as me. Yeah, yeah, that's pretty nice. I think. Yeah.
Luke should be getting his cube shortly.
Right? I think so. Yeah, I got it out of there.
Well, he just solved the cube. Now he's gonna have to solve it again.
I'm ready.
So Luke on his extra solve here. Getting things going with 6x6. Trying to get around a 122 to get his PR mean of a 122 or better in this case. Still on the orange center. Still making some progress here. They're trying to make progress at the very least. After this, there's going to be a second group of big cubes, and then after that second group of big cubes, we'll have square one finals, followed by the Mega Mix final, 3x3 blindfolded final, and then the clock final to top things off. So I don't think that's going to be PR for Luke, unfortunately. That means that we're going to head on over to the next group of big cubes after this.
7, sorry.
Six. That was good for...
First 2 inches. We're just getting...
Low-key, do I have time for this?
Probably do. Hey, Carter?
Yeah, what's up?
Why does this camera have a hair?
Huh?
How come this camera has hair?
First, the method.
This is like...
No, I'm gonna do it.
Oh,
It's for the mic, right? Because I was
Yeah.
asking that. I was wondering why it had hair.
Bro, there's no...
Why does it have hair?
Bro. I don't know.
Did you get PR when you got one of those?
Like when I got overall PB 108?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 2 on it.
Yeah. I'm not slow.
I don't know this ball.
Even though I just got a 120. I should get that on 7x7.
What?
I should get that on 7x7.
Yes. And be like, limb home.
We are now calling up our second group of Big Q, 7x7, and 6x6. Come on up to compete in those events. If you finish competing in Group 1, please come back up to help judge the last group before we do our final rounds. We are also looking for Micah Theus and Ryan Edwards. You can please come up to the data entry table.
Yep. Oh, I don't have. Just wait till my scorecard gets here. I'm not. I'm supposed to.
I'm supposed to come get it. Bring it to you.
Where do you want to find it? Yeah.
Oh, is someone looking for me?
Yes, Eugene.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Great Lakes Championship 2026. My name is Carter Williams. We'll be joining you shortly in the VQ events. Once the first cubes get sent out. Competitors are just warming up right now. All right, so it looks like Jack is starting his first. Looks like it's looks like this one is going to be 6x6 to start off the average, or excuse me, start off the group. So Jack has chosen 6x6. It looks like Aron has also chosen 6x6 from the looks of things. Jack is moving on the center stages. Jack's PR is a 1:12 mean, flipping at 44 seconds. This could be relatively solid for him. Does look like Aron. Oh, Aron just slipped his cube off camera. Jack working on the last bits of the edge stage for him. OL parity though, not going to do him any favors. And Jack finishes things off with a 117 and a shake of the head. So 117.52 for Jack Pfeiffer on his 6x6 mean. Unfortunately, I can't tell what cube Aron is doing. The overhead angle does not give a very good view. So that's a 112.42 for Aron, so he is doing 6x6. And Aron has a 118 mean. So Jack and Aron will both be doing 6x6. All right, so Jack Pfeiffer on the second solve of his 6x6 mean has a 117.52. His PR is a 112 mean, so anything around 107 would be really nice for him if he can drop it down to that. His PR single in 6x6 is a 108.61. But taking it pretty slow on this cross edge stage. He's not really finding much. This is not going to be a great solve from him. Still on center stage is around 35 seconds. This one's not going to be ideal. Having to wrap up the last two centers, flip at around the 49-second mark. Really just, it's kind of shaky. I feel like he's nervous here on these last solves. On these moves, but his edge pairing, I guess, is going okay. Still needs to complete 6 edges. Now just needs to complete 4. And has to work through parity. Still on Fury stage at the 117 mark. OL parity, and looks like it's going to be triple parity for Jack and a 125 for him. So 125.37 for Jack Pfeiffer. Not really what he's looking for. 121 though. Might put him in an okay spot. Arhan's about to solve next. Arhan with the second solve of his mean. Working smoothly through the first two centers, trying to be as efficient as possible here. Arhan's PR is a 118, so he really just wants to think about trying to be on pace here. That 112 puts him in a very good spot if he wants to get something really good here. Not much to look at, unfortunately, for Arhan. So Arhan's finishing up here. Wants to get into a bit of a groove, but can't really find it on that particular solve. 123. A mean right now around this pace would still put him at the 118 mark if he just gets around a 118. And that would be his PR. So he's definitely thinking about a lot. Jack, on the other hand, still has to get a 6x6 scrambled. I think the lack of judges is really what's causing this. So there's a bit of a delay here for between Jack's solves. So Jack and Aron still awaiting their puzzles to be scrambled. All right, it looks like Jack is going to get a solve going here. Last one. Let's see if anything interesting happens on this last solve of the 6x6 mean for Jack. All right, Jack hits the 6x6 road on the last solve of the mean. So these are first rounds, by the way. I believe that this means that there is going to be a final tomorrow. So Jack still on centers at around the 34-second mark, doing everything he can to speed up, flip at around 40 seconds. That's not bad from him, but nothing spectacular just yet. These edges look good though. And he's already on Fury stage at the 1 minute mark. Has OL parity to deal with. Do a back soon into PLL and PLL parity. So the parities just kind of kill him. A 1:14:13 to end things off. For 6x6 for Pfeiffer. So that means that's going to be a 1:19 average, or excuse me, mean for him. And now he's going to move on to 7x7, where hopefully he'll have a better result. Aron working on 6x6 here. Just looking for something good here. Something around the 1:18 mark would be very decent for Aron. But we're not sure if it's going to get there yet. We'll know in about 40 seconds or so if it's there. If it's in the cards. So that's a 110, or excuse me, 111 for Aron. And it looks like it's good. I don't think that's going to be a penalty. And that's certainly PR mean. We're going to get a delegate, I think, to check on if that's a +2 or not. So that's going to be a +2, unfortunately. Delegates have just decided. So 113.37 still gives him PR, though. 116 mean for Aron. Here's Jack moving on to 7x7 here. So Jack's results in 7x7 are very good. He's world rank 15 for mean and 3rd in the nation. His PR mean is a 150. His PR single is a 143. So pretty consistent between the two. Let's see how well he fares. He uses the Yao method, as evidenced by his white cross solving here. I think he's starting to wrap up the white cross. Now moving on to the center stages around the 44-second mark, finishing up that red center. Really wants to try to move quick and move fast here. And almost on the last 2 centers. Now he gets there. We want to see a flip around now, would be nice. And he has to move quickly for this edge pairing stage. It's still mind-boggling to me, even as a cuber, how some of these big cube solvers are able to process and connect pieces so quickly in time. When you're a non-cuber, I can't imagine how mind-breaking this all feels to you. Doing edge parity at 134, this looks on pace for something relatively solid for Jack. 144 to start things off. That's good. So 144.40 for Jack. So Aron's still needing to do some work. So it is 7x7. All right, both competitors are awaiting their solves. All right, Jack Pfeiffer doing a second solve now. Needing just to keep the pace here for a potential PR mean. Finishes the yellow center relatively quickly. Now moving on to white. Finds the rest of the white bars. First two centers done in around 25 seconds. Now moving on to the crosses. Just trying to find the pieces as quickly as possible, as smoothly as possible. This stage definitely needs to be the smoothest stage for a good solve. It looked like it was almost there. Not necessarily seamless from Jack so far, but relatively on track. A little bit of a lockup there. Could have been disastrous if he didn't catch it or wasn't more careful about it. But now he moves on to the center stages. So flip at 117. He just really needs to ramp it up at the edge pairing stage here. He does have about 6 second buffer if he really wants to be on PR mean pace. That 144, which is 6 seconds off of his 150 PR mean. Still going, trying to pair up all of the edges. Now on to the last 4. And on to freeway free stage. And looking not so great. 156 from Jack. That is a bit of a departure from that 144 that we saw. Look, we've yet to see Aron solve at all, despite the fact that he submitted a cube. So Jack's last solve is about to come up on stream. Aron's yet to complete a solve on camera. Now he finally gets a cube. We'll be watching Jack's last solve for 7x7 right now. And here we go. Jack only needs around a 151 for a sub 150 mean. So very attainable for Jack here if he wants to be if he wants to extend into a PR here. Flip of the first two centers around 27 seconds. A little bit slower than the last solve though. Wow, he's really struggling to find some of the pieces here on this white cross. Really looking around and pausing a little bit on the cube, but manages to get it done. Really needs to start to pick up the pace now though. Making up for lost time on the center stages. That's the best time to do so. Though, does really well on that orange center. Needs to find a little bit more on, from what it looks to be, green. And then needs to just wrap it up with the blue centers. Just trying to get things done quickly. Try not to waste time. Flip at around 112. And needing to wrap up the edges as well. Maybe hoping that parity doesn't kill off the solve here. A little bit of a fight against the clock, less than 30 seconds left if Jack Pfeiffer wants a 7x7 PR mean today. Finishing off the edges, this is looking good. 137 onto the free by free stage, and he gets it 141. That's a PR single too. And I think that's going to be double PR 141 and a 146.7 mean. That's insane from Jack Pfeiffer. Arhan gets a 206.51. So 206.51 from Arhan. Arhan's PR average, on the other hand, let's not forget about him. For 7x7 is a 204. All right, Arhan on the second solve of his 7x7 average, or excuse me, mean. Let's see what you can get here.
Can I just have data E and hard group K to enter the data table, please?
After 7x7 first round, stick around and don't worry because we got a lot more action for you. After 7x7 concludes, then we'll be heading on over to the Square 1 final, followed by the Megaminx final, the Freeblind final, and then the Clock final. And then we round off the stream for today. So that's going to be a 209 for Aron. 209 flat from the looks of it. All right, so we're awaiting the last cube to be scrambled and then solved. It should be coming its way right now. I see the runner walking on over with the number 2, so should be it. All right, so let's see what Aron's solve is going to look like on the last one. So Aron at the 30-second mark right now. Definitely wanting to maybe pick up the pace a little bit if he wants to get a PR. Average looks like he's almost done with, or he's done with the cross stage. Now he has to move on to centers from what we can see of the cube. Moving on to the around the 130 mark. Still some work that needs to be done on the 7x7 here, but we should be awaiting the conclusion of the round shortly, and we're going to be moving on to our square one final, which will be very exciting. And that is going to be a 157 from the looks of it. 157.96. So it could actually be PR. So
that's going to be about it for our big cube round. We're going to be moving on to square one finals in just a little bit.
final, so we're just going to take a couple minutes to do that. While we do that, we have the end of day raffles we're going to do. So I'm going to spin the wheel. And we have 2 FTOs left for today. And hang on, we got great prizes for tomorrow. So the first winner is Isaiah Fike. Isaiah, are you here? Did I hear a yes? Okay, come on up, Isaiah. You get to pick. One has a black internal and the other one has white internal. Okay, the next winner of the final FTO is Nico Lachos. Nico, are you here? Nico. Going once? Going twice? Okay, we're going to spin again. Which one's it? And Eli Miller. Eli, are you here? Eli. Oh, hey, Eli. Congratulations. Okay. One more. So our Saturday grand prize, we have a Raising Cane's gift basket, compliments of Raising Cane's in Fort Wayne. Hey, hold on, please. And the winner of the gift basket is Ben Beer. Ben, are you here? Is that Ben? Are you Ben? No. Oh, Lucas! You didn't win. Okay, going on. Right, Ben's not here. Okay, we're trying again for the gift basket. And the winner, Lane Manseagle. Lane, you're here. Okay, we will be starting finals in about 5 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes max.
Volunteers, please meet between the red and blue stages just so we can have a chat quickly before finals.
pretty anti-crash. It's gonna be bad solution into thumb bunny. Bro has a gun with him.
Bro, I'm not using this.
You gotta get your judge to gun for you.
My wrists are red from gaming.
Okay, everybody, we are ready to start finals. So this afternoon we have finals for Square One, Mega Minx, 3x3 blindfolded, and clock. So we're starting with Square One. A couple of things about how finals work. We will not need any help judging or scrambling. We have all of our awesome volunteers here that are going to be available to do that, so that the rest of you can enjoy watching the finals. The finals will be on the red stage and the blue stage in the front row only. So the top 8 seeds, 1 through 8, will be on red, and then 9 through 16 will be on blue stage. So if you want to move from the round tables and get a great seat for finals, now would be a time to do that. You can watch your favorite best giver. And then lastly, we will be entering semi-live results as finals go along. So if you would like to follow on WCA Live, you can do that as well to see how everybody is doing. So as soon as we're done, we will know who the Great Lakes champion is. Okay, so for Square One finals, our top 16 finalists that we have today, starting with our 16th seed is Elliot Perkins from New York, who had a 13.23 average in round 1. Our 15th seed is Isaiah Scott from Tennessee with a 13.13 average. And our 14th seed is Cole Schaff from Michigan with a 12.0 average. And our 13th seed is Lucas Lippman Bruno from Wisconsin with an 11.53 average. Our 12th seed from Illinois is Sebastian, also known as Bashi Carrillo from Illinois with an 11.44 average. Our 11th seed from Ohio, Braden Richards with an 11.35 average. Our 10th seed from Michigan with a 10.60 average, Caleb Lalick. Our 9th seed is from Pennsylvania with a 9.30 average, Javier Gay. Did I say it right? I'm sorry. Javier. Our 8th seed from Ohio with an 8.95 average, Jack Pfeiffer. Our 7th seed is from Indiana with an 8.86 average, the hometown hero, Luke Garrett. Our 6th seed from Ohio with an 8.82 average is Alex Gronsdorf. Our 5th seed with an 8.72 average from Wisconsin is Carter Kukala. And our 4th seed from Indiana with a 7.45 average, Aiden Halloran. And our top 3 seeds. 3rd is Chris Chi from New York with a 7.14 average. 2nd is Hassan Kanani from Virginia with a 6.38 average. And our top seed today is from Wisconsin with a new Midwest record this morning of 5.25 average, Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson, the talk of the town here as we welcome in our Square One finalists. So this is the first final that is non-quiet that will be conducted today. So these competitors spending a lot of time warming up and practicing. Hassan Kanani and Brian Johnson. Brian is a native to this region. Both have held world records in the past, but only one holds a world record in the present right now. Brian, of course, with that sub-3 square one single. First cubes are being delivered out. We'll see how this final plays out for the both of them. So Hassan and Brian have work to do here. Hassan's going to go first. Well, they're both going to go, but looks like Hassan will probably start early. Brian Johnson's getting his phone situated. But let's watch Hassan first. Ooh, nervous going into the OBL. That's a 482 from Hassan Kanani. So 482 to start things off.
8 seconds.
For Hassan. 471 for Brian Johnson, and that's good. Two very solid starts for these competitors so far. So Brian Johnson's PR average is a 470, not 471, it's a 525 that he got earlier today. Take a look at, I believe we got a replay. We did not get a replay of Hassan's solve, unfortunately. I think we might have gotten Brian's last. Hassan on his second. Sorry. Okay.
Seconds. 12 seconds.
So Hassan on his second, he has a 482 to work with. 480 PR average. This one's not going to be it for him though. That's going to be a 916
Okay.
to round things off.
9.162. I'm ready.
Brian solving.
2 seconds.
Recognizes the OBL could be more seamless. Could have been more seamless in execution. 602 for Brian Johnson.
Thank you.
So far, looking at our leaderboard here, nobody has come extremely close to the caliber of these two competitors. So we'll just have to wait and see a little bit. All right, Hassan goes on the next one here. Working with a 4 and a 9, trying to make the most out of the 4. Wants to forget about the 9. He might be able to forget about it here if he clutches up. But that doesn't look like it. 740 from Hassan. .740 from him means that so far he has that counting, and Aiden looks like he's making some strides. I'm trying to get into the top spots. We're halfway through this square one round.
Yep.
So Brian starting to solve here. And trying to make the most of the 4 that he has. Not a great recognition. And blocky on the PBL, 701 from him. Yeah, that's unfortunate and tragic from Brian Johnson. So 3 solves entered. And it looks like Brian is going to very, not necessarily comfortably, but he is on track for the lead right now. Some threateners could be Aiden, who has a 540 single, and Chris Ritchie, who's always sort of been in the mix, but not necessarily outstanding. Hassan goes on the 4th. So Hassan on the 4th, trying to save the average here. PBL at 3 seconds. Hesitant towards the end though. 547 will be his 4th. So best possible average does land him sub 6, but that is if he counts a 482 or something very similar. Here's Brian on the 4th attempt, going straight for it. Got not too much to lose. He's in the driver's seat of whether he'll be able to beat Hassan or not. He could possibly seal it up here. PBL at the 3 second mark, much more calm and collected, 549. And that means that Brian will most likely, he is more likely to be in the lead and to take gold. He is most certainly your Great Lakes champion, looking from the projected views here. So on the projected views, Brian has a 576 average, Hassan has a 644 average, and Xavier Yi is the next closest, a full 0.14 seconds behind approximately. So Hassan and Brian awaiting their last. So Hassan really just wants to close things out. Maybe a sub 6 is in the cards, just going all out on this one. PBL at the low 3 mark and a 470. It's good. And that's going to be a very solid solve to end things off, even though it might not be the fireworks and fanfare that we were expecting with a really, really strong average. So Hassan of a 590 to round it all off. Let's see if Brian can find something very similar on this last to make his average solidified into first place. It all depends on this. 574 from Brian. Shake of the head, but in a positive direction from here. That means that his average is going to be 575, which means that, yes, it will beat Hassan. So Brian will be taking home gold here for himself and for the whole competition with the last solve. And just composure and clutch is what you need. You don't necessarily need that bomb single at the end to really solidify it if it's not necessary. Chris Cheese working on his last right now. Third seed coming into the round, finds himself 7th with a 958 projected average. So both Brian and Hassan seem to be ending their solves with, both seem to get sub 6 averages. The next closest would be Aiden, who is on track for most likely an 8 average here. So with that, we'll be moving on to the Megaminx final relatively shortly, where we'll be meeting the likes of Luke Garrett and Declan Wilhelm right after this. Looks like almost everybody's being entered in here for the square one final. Still have a couple more solves left to go. It looks like everybody for the most part is done. So that about rounds it off for us for square one. We'll be heading on to Megaminx in just a little bit. Once we have confirmation that everybody's done. Going to be a packed day for us tomorrow. From the looks of it, we have Pyraminx as our first event of the day, then 2x2, followed by 5x5, 3x3, round 2, Pyraminx round 2, 6x6 finals, OH finals, 5x5 finals, 4x4, round 1, Skewb finals, 2x2, not finals. Wow, there are a lot of rounds at this competition, and they're all being packed up very, very tightly. But that's tomorrow's issue. That's tomorrow's thing to watch for us here. So your finalized results will be Brian, Hassan, and Aiden on the square one podium in that order. We'll be moving on to Megaminx in just a little bit. After this, we'll go on to Megaminx right now.
Congratulations to our 2026 Heartland champion for square one with an average of Oh gosh. Sorry, we had Heartland 2 weeks ago. Our Great Lakes champion for square one with an average of 5.75, Brian Johnson. Okay, we are moving on to Mega Minx finals. Okay, our top 16 for Mega Minx 16 with an average of 53.02 from Indiana, Reed Richardson. Another hometown hero. Okay, our 15th seed from Illinois with a 52.33 average, Max Walazek.
Yeah.
And our 14th seed from Ohio with a 51.94.
That's pretty good.
Our 13th seed from Ohio also is Jake Clark with a 50.84 average.
Ooh.
Our 12th seed is from Illinois, Stephen Johnston with a 50.01 average.
I love it.
And from Pennsylvania, our 11th seed, Javier Yave with a 49.9 average.
I've never heard anyone say Javier.
Javier.
I don't think it's. Is it that?
Javier.
I thought it was Xavier, bro.
Oh, no, it is Xavier.
I was gonna say.
Okay.
I thought it was
Our
the
10th
guy that
seed
was actually named
from
Javier.
Kentucky with a 49.49 average, Garrett Hadaway. Okay. Our 9th seed with a 48.03 average from Wisconsin, Zachary Cribb.
I don't really practice though, but.
And our 8th seed, also from Wisconsin, with a 46.14 average, Brian Johnson. Our 7th seed from Ohio with a 46.09 average, Jack Pfeiffer. And our 6th seed with a 46.04 average from Illinois, Carter Thomas. Our 5th seed with a 45.27 average from Michigan is Elijah
How old is
Lee.
that PR?
I like almost.
And our 4th seed from Indiana, a home state, with a 40.8 average, Lucy Grace Grayson. And our 3rd seed with a 38.5 average from Canada is Arhan Serene. And our 2nd seed with a 37.92 from Pennsylvania, Declan Wilhelm. And our 1st seed going into finals for Mega Minx from Indiana with a 37.21, Luke Garrett. Good luck to all our finalists.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mega Minx Final at the Great Lakes Championship 2026. My name is Carter Williams. I will be guiding you through the Mega Minx Final today. Looks like Declan's just going to go ahead and start. And it seems like we'll be getting a move on here. Again, very smooth, solid turning. That's Declan's style. He's not a very high TPS guy, but it flows well for him. It's successful for him in the past. Luke Garrett's also solving right now. Declan on last layer, just about the 32-second mark. He does know full OL and PLL. But this one's not going to be a great one from him. 41.59 for Declan. Here's Luke Garrett coming on up on a 33.75. That should be pretty decent from him. That definitely puts him way ahead of Declan right now.
He's still pulling.
Yeah. Yeah, or like kind of freestyle, but like, so if there's an easy like Western thing, I'll like do it, but like if I can't see anything, I kind of just like default pulling.
I'll see.
Yeah, Luke Garrett is known to be a bullet user. Not sure how I feel about that. Not sure if there's anything in common about that.
Well, Luke's PR is a 55. Sorry, it's not 55. 35.97. His PR singles of 30.50. Luke Garrett, known to be one of the best all-rounders in the world. The results are just starting to populate. Lucy Grace Bryson is up.
Not looking good, dude. You'll be alright.
Declan's just about to get started.
Right. Eight seconds.
And Declan is starting right now. Pausing a little bit to find those F2L pieces early on. Luke Garrett's also starting. We'll come back to him in just a little bit. We'll let Declan finish up his solve here. This is going to be not a sub 40 again from Declan, and pretty locky towards the end, struggling to stop the timer 44.78 from Declan. However, Luke is on pretty solid pace, working on finishing up the last layer here. Can he get there? Yes, he can. 38.53. That's not bad so far from him. It's generally around what his PR is if you were to combine the two. 36.14 is very close to 35.97. You will need to pick up the pace a little bit if he wants to possibly get PR today. Looks like Arhan is catching up to Declan, who is being beat by Lucy. But Luke is really the one in first right now. By a bit of a hair between Lucy. Declan's not too pleased with how this average has gone for him. It's gone a bit awry, a bit sour.
I'm ready.
8 seconds. Right. 12.
So, Luke Garrett finishing up his solve here. On the third solve, this one is crucial to see what the pace of the average could be. Almost done with the S2L, or I guess, not really sure what to call it in Boolean. But 36.76. Not bad from Luke Garrett. Declan with a 36.49, but not happy with it whatsoever. So Declan has a 41 and a 44 and a 36, but he is just out of it right now. So far, it looks like Luke Garrett is in the lead. Lucy has 2 38s and a 34. Luke has that counting 36 to work with. So he's on a good pace right now.
Seconds.
And Luke is just going to go with Blint. And we'll wait for Luke Garrett to finish up here. Looking solid from him, finishing up that last bit on the Mega Minx. And it's a 35.96. Luke is satisfied with that. Satisfied as one could be. That puts him at a best possible average of 35.49. That would be PR if he were just to keep going and to count that 33.75 or something similar to that range. Declan on the 4th. Doesn't know what to do with this last layer. 40.55 for him. And this average is most likely a wash for him, and so far behind, or at least as it's going right now, behind Arhan, who has a 38, a 36, and a 41. Declan just walked out. Declan's going back to the station. Luke Garrett is solving right now. So Luke Garrett's best possible would give him PR. To get a PR, he would need a 35.46 to get that PR.
8 seconds.
Average. Can he get a 35 here? No, it's not going to be, unfortunately, but 36.94 is nothing to scoff at here. A 36.55 should put him in first place. Lucy's already completed her average. It's a 37. Let's see what Declan can make out of this. Best possible could put him in a position for him to beat Arhan, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case today. Last layer. Declan just DNFs at the end.
Do I need to sign it as a DNF?
Just for formality.
So 42.31 will lock him out of the podium, unfortunately. And that's going to be it for Mega Mix Finals. So Luke Garrett is your Great Lakes champion. So Arhan ended things off with a 45, which means that his average is over. And now we're going to move on to if you're blindfolded after this. We'll be right back.
ladies finals, congratulations to our new Great Lakes 2026 champion for Mega Mix, Luke Garrett from Indiana. A 37.21 average. Moving on to 3 blind finals. As a reminder, our competitors need quiet in order to concentrate. So please, if you do need to talk during 3 blind finals, please leave the room. And we will save all of the applause for later. So we appreciate your help with that. Our top 16 for 3 blind. 16 is Jack Hamilton from Ohio for 110.80. These are single times for 3 blind. 15th seed from Indiana is John Ruska with a 109.81. And our 14th seed from Ohio is Wesley Berwinski with a 104.78. And our 13th seed from Wisconsin is Luke Schell with a 104.48. Our 12th seed, also from Wisconsin, is Simon Kellen with a 103.15. Also from Wisconsin, our 11th seed, Lucas Littman Bruno with a 58.17. And our 10th seed is from Michigan with a 56.33, Jack Keenan. Our 9th seed is Elliot Perkins from New York with a 53.74. Our 8th seed is Jack Pfeiffer from Ohio with a 39.93. Our 7th seed from Virginia with a 39.85 single, Hassan Kanani. And our 6th seed from Indiana with a 32.69, Luke Garrett. Our 5th seed from Michigan with a 30.66, Caleb Lalick. And our 4th seed is also from New York with a 26.89, Chris G. Our top 3 seeds for 3 blind. In 3rd with a 21.76 from Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. And from Ohio with a 17.3 single, Mason Langendorfer. And in 1st place from Illinois, or 1st seed, is Braden Thompson with a 16.25. Good luck to all our 3 blind finalists, and we are getting started, so please remain quiet until the finals are over.
Hello everyone. This is not Carter Williams of Clicky Studios. This is Luke Reiser of Cubing.gg. I will be playing you out for the rest of the event. Carter has to warm up for clock, so I offered to take over the live stream, commentate some clock and some blind. I'll know what's going on in blind. Clock, I'm just going to have to go off of vibes and the times, so we'll see how it goes. We have some very fast competitors. Top 4 seeds, all very, very good. We have Chris Chi, Carter Kukala, Mason Langendorfer, former World Sports Stacking Association world record holder, and Braden Thompson. All 4 very, very solid competitors. Mason has started his execution at about 11. We had a nod gone at about 7 for Braden. Mason with a 26. Okay, Mason in the lead with a 26 success currently. Braden DNFing a 1989 just by a couple of edges. The hand that is waving in the background of Braden is me, so that's why I have to be quite quiet when it comes to the commentary, especially during blind. Clock I can be a little more, I can make a little more noise, but blind there's only so much I can do. Let's get a little wider view as we have Carter in the middle of their attempt. Chris Chi about to start theirs, hopefully. Chris Chee's first solve was a DNF. Braden Thompson's first solve was also a DNF. Mason's in first. Carter Kukala finishes with a 52-27, and the cube is solved. So Carter will be in second as of right now, as of the information that I can see. Braden about to start. Let's see if we can get his overhead cam in here. It's the wrong person. Here we go. Nod on at about 7. Can't really see. Let's fix that. If I'm him, I'm safetying this a little bit, just from a competitive strategy standpoint. 2080, that is good enough for first place right now. Oh, I forgot. Blind is an average 5 event now, isn't it? We currently have 6 people with successes: Luke Schell, Jack Pfeiffer, Carter Kukala, Caleb Lalick, Luke Garrett with a 44.91, and Mason Langenberg from the 26. Braden Thompson just added himself to that list with a 20, whatever the time he got was. He already reset the timer. But Mason is going right now, and it is shameful that I'm not showing you guys him. He's not going to catch Braden's, but he could. Okay, that's his best solve so far. I think he's safetying a little bit, trying to get that average of 5. I'm not sure what his statistics are, but, you know, average of 5 in blindfolded is a very difficult thing. Average of 5s already are very difficult. You're only allowed really one mistake. And in blindfold, there are many mistakes that can possibly be made. Carter is inspecting right now. That's the best view we have of Carter. Nod on at about 9 or 10. Braden has gotten his cube. So as soon as he starts, I'll switch to that. Keep you updated on Carter. Carter pausing quite a bit. He was pausing last time as well. Nod down at about 7.2. Something's going on with this display. I'm not a big fan of it. He's turning very quickly, having to pause to regroup. Doesn't look like all his edges are solved. This is going to be a DNF. Yep, off by corners as well. 20-33. Carter with a 30-54. I cannot confirm if that was solved or not. If it is, we do have a new person in third place. That was not, unfortunately. So Luke Garrett will stay your third place for Great Lakes podium. We have Mason going. Not done at exactly 10 seconds. I think we can expect to see that pretty regularly. He seems to be safetying a little bit, just making sure he's getting all the moves done, but this might be the one DNF that he's had. Yep, just gives up. Let's take a look at Chris. Oh, that's not Chris. Chris just finished. Some new successes that have been gotten. Wesley Barwinski is a W. It could act like a V or a W, I'm not sure. They had a success at 127.85. And who's the other one? Jack Keenan got a success at 109.22. Chris Chi is looking for his first success. He's done 3 and has had no luck so far. Carter Kukala nod down at 13 seconds. I'm struggling from some very bad allergies right now. The seasons are changing and my senses just don't like it. I'm very stuffy all week. Braden is going, so I'm going to go to him. Carter just finished with a 34 and the cube is solved. So we will have a new third place, overtaking the new third place, Caleb Lalick. Blind is a very crazy event. Wow. 17:48 for Braden Thompson. I am not a betting man, but if I were, I would bet that is the solve that just won him the competition. Unless Mason likes the scramble as well, decides to go all out, but he does have that one DNF. He could be chasing an average of 5. That appeared to be a little bit of a safety as well. He has his edges. Working on the corners, boom, 22.79, very nice. That's his best single. He's gotten better with every success that he's gotten so far. A little bit of a fumble on that third, but very solid performance from Mason so far. But I think Braden is going to be on top without a doubt. 17.48 is unheard of. Mason could go all out. I'm not sure he knows what he has to beat, but he's standing right next to him. So I would imagine he has some idea of what he's dealing with. Carter Kukala getting that cube right now for solve number 4. Gonna try to, oh, Chris, I missed that. Chris got a 24.34. So that will put him in 3rd place. Mason's 22 will put him in 2nd place so far. Carter's still going. Mason and Braden haven't had their cube scrambled yet. I think it can be interesting to watch how 23.89 for Carter, very nice. Not quite catching Mason, but he does catch Chris Chi, so Carter will be number 3 as of right now. Go back to what I was saying, watching the warm-up of blind solvers. The overhead for Mason is what we're looking at right now. No, I lied. This is Braden. So the overhead for Braden is what we're looking at right now. And then Mason is doing 3x3 algorithms. So very interesting to see the difference between the two. Braden going, gonna try to get something crazy. He's on pace. That is nuts. Slight hesitation still. Oh, he ties it. Very nice. 2 17.48s back-to-back to cap off what should be an easy Great Lakes title, but, you know, anything can happen. Going over to Mason now. If there's a man to beat the 17.48 from Braden, this is it. He's going to need good inspection. Yeah, this is going to have to be really fast exec, and I'm not sure the turning is going to be able to keep up with it. Yeah, just finishing edges. So Braden Thompson looks like is going to win this competition. Chris Chi finishes with a 22.27, but Mason just beats him with a 21.95. Currently, we got Braden in first, and then Mason, then Chris. Carter still has one more solve to go. Let's check how he's going to do right now. 22.27 is the current 3rd place. Carter nodded on at about 11 seconds, getting his execution started right now. Did not make it in time. So I can say with some confidence that your podium for the Great Lakes Champ at Blind will be Braden Thompson with a 17.48. Mason Langendorfer with a 21.95, which just edged out Chris Chi for 2nd place with a 22.27. So without that 21, Mason would be 3rd, but he was able to clutch it out very nicely. We are wrapping up. Some of the people who haven't completed all their attempts are still aiming to complete all of their attempts. Could take a little bit of time. No action on the stream so far, but we're going to go off, and then I will be back whenever it is time for the Rubik's Clock. just about finishing up with our last two blindfolded competitors. One of them is done. The one right next to him still working on his, but we'll get there eventually. We're about to get into the Rubik's Clock Final. Your 2 seed is the man that you see right in front of you, Luke Garrett. Previous round, he got a 378 average, which puts him at the 2 seed. The only person better than him is not up on stage yet, which is why you're looking at Luke Garrett. Reed W. Richardson with a 324, very, very fast. I don't know a whole lot about clock. I know how to solve one, and I know that my lifelong goal when I was, I believe 16, was to un-nemesize myself from Felix. I had one nemesis, and it was Felix Zemdegs. And the easiest thing for me to practice and use to beat him was clock. I eventually got, I don't know, whatever I needed to, and it was a great moment for me in my cubing career. And I had no nemesis for a while. And then the man that is looking off stage right now, that you are all looking at, is now my only nemesis. So it's kind of a full circle moment, me commentating Luke competing clock. We are getting our last clock, her blindfolded competitor, to start their last attempt right now. The blindfold just went down. You can hear the clicking of the clock. Let's get a little overhead action going. His fabulous hair, of course, is blocking the way that that we can see the clock, but you know, it's all good. Looked like he might have solved to 6 there instead of noon, but he could have done that on purpose. Again, I know nothing about clock. Final blindfolded competitor has just finished their last solve, I believe. So I can talk like a normal person now. We're about to get it started with the clock. We have exactly 1 competitor up and ready right now, but we got 15 more that'll come along the way to compete in this absolutely terrible event and see who is going to be the Great Lakes champion.
That concludes our 3 blindfolded.
Big round of applause. Big round of applause for Braden. 1748 is mind-numbing.
We'll now be moving on the clock, which is our last one for today. All of these in order. Our 16th seed from the state of Illinois with a 6.4 average is Sebastian Carrillo.
Yeah. Bashi Carrillo, the 16th seed.
Our 15th seed from New York State with a 6.3 average, Elliot Perkins.
Elliot Perkins coming in at your 15th seed.
Our 14th seed from Ohio with a 6.28 average,
Darshan Bhavanasi is your 14th seed. He came up to me earlier. I used to talk to him sometimes, and he's grown up so much in the last 5 months. I haven't competed in a long time, and I just did not recognize him. So, somewhat awkward, but you know, these things happen. Someone's behind me. You want to commentate clock? You want to commentate clock? I have a co-host now. His name is Benjamin. What's your middle name? Just put the mic down and it'll be on.
And our ninth seed from Indiana with a
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Huh?
Mm.
That might not have worked. Carter's just been using this one.
Tragic.
Our eighth seed from Michigan with a 4.95 average, full shaft. Our seventh seed from Wisconsin with a 4.86 average, Lucas Bruna.
You have chat at all?
Our sixth seed from New Jersey with a 4.73 average, Carter Williams.
Hi, Titus.
Hi, Titus.
If you can hear me, hi, Titus.
I can hear you now. Say something. Say words.
Words.
I can't really hear you. But the chat can hear you, and that's the important thing.
Our fourth seed from Wisconsin with a 4.25 average is Adam Schell. Third seed from Wisconsin with a 4.17 average, Zachary Cribb. Our second seed from Indiana with a 3.78 average, Luke Garrett.
You guys have been staring at him for a while. You know he's your second seed.
Our first seed, also from Indiana, with a 3.24 average, Reed W. Richardson.
The GOAT.
Reed's a GOAT. Absolute cinema. He's hitting the pose right now. This could go any number of ways. There's a man on station number 5. His name is Carter Thomas, and he can get a 2-second average. He can get a 5-second average. It really just depends on if he's going to show up to the moment, and I really hope he does. He's one of the few clockers who still uses flip, haven't gone over to the dark side of 7 simul. It would be interesting to see a U.S. regional champion use the old method. Do you think there's a strat for warming up 7x7 clock?
I don't know. Just keeping blood in the fingers is probably really important. Obviously, you don't need your palms, the muscles, and your wrists to be as active for clock since it's not as wristy of an event. But keeping blood in the fingers with an event like 7x7 where you need to generate more force with each turn, probably not a terrible idea,
Yeah.
especially since sometimes on clock you're generating a lot of force to spin a dial 5, 6
That's true.
turn ticks at a time. So
does Carter use semi-simul? I've watched him flip his clock on a bunch of solves before that he's done today.
someone says
7
simul
simul
flip.
That makes sense. Okay, so he still flips the cube.
But he could get a 2-second average
He
or
could,
a 5-second
yeah,
average.
He could still get a 2-second average or a 5-second average.
Here's a guy who does not know ball. That's tough.
My fault. Try to talk about stuff and sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. It's like a salsa beat that he's got going on. Da, 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 da. Reed has solved his 7x7 at 1 minute and 30 seconds.
True.
I'm joking, by the way. He just got... Oh, I did the right thing. So, for both of our first 2 seeds, clocks get here at the same time.
I'm ready.
It's not the start that Reed wants with 5:39. Luke using just about 15 seconds of inspection there. 473. Shout out to Felix Zemdegs. Reed is doing the international symbol. Oh, it looks like a DNF. Reed is doing the international symbol for cold, which is a very common complaint about this Fort Wayne venue.
True. My hands have been very cold all day. To be honest, I don't know how I'm going to get them warm again for States Relay tonight.
Oh, yeah. States Relay. Carter Thomas 3.6, and then who is that our third seed? I'll know it when I see the name. Zachary Cribb. Zachary Cribb got a 301. Very nice.
Could make the argument it's not exactly the start that Darshan was looking for.
It could be said. Adam Schwinn also probably not looking for that.
Probably worth noting that this first scramble is probably not great.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of shaky times from a lot of people who are supposed to be, in theory, averaging a lot better than this. Even a 3.6 from Thomas, you wonder if there just wasn't a lot there. Obviously, a 5 for Reed is not what he wants. Interestingly, Elliot Perkins with a 4.79, he's creeping up there near the 3rd place spot.
This is biased. Zachary Cribb in the lead right now. Carter Thomas coming up 2nd, and then our first 2 seeds with not exactly what they want to start out. But Luke Garrett still in 4th place after the 4.7 that he probably didn't want to get. Moving on to our 2nd time.
Now, Reed's clock is in front of him, and he is still working on his 7x7. Looks like it's time to shine.
Could be dusting the fingers off, making sure they're really ready for some dial action.
2 clock solvers, by the way.
I bet no one has ever said getting ready for dial action, ever.
True.
8 seconds.
At least the backside of the scramble looks slightly better.
Solid 3-3. Safety flip. Clock is solved, so that's the important thing. Let's get over to our celebrity, Luke Garrett.
I'm ready.
Now, I always wonder if it affects other people the way that it affects me. When you set the clock down, and as you're about to take your hands off the timer, it rocks to the side like that, like we just saw with Luke.
I was going to make a comment like that, like how clock pickup is substantially hard because of that. Our talent scout says Carter Thomas 3.1, but she thinks it wasn't completely finished.
The results say that it was.
Okay. So we will go with Carter 301 or 3.1.
Now it is worth noting, guys. Reed Richardson has solved his 7x7.
Zachary Cribb with a 290. So that 301 is either going to be counting or the worst solve. Very, very nice start. Oh, Adam Schwinn DNF twice. So did Carter.
Did Thom DNS? Is he down there?
Where is Thom? No, they're still both down there. It's been a very long day here at the Grand Wayne Center in Fort Wayne. I have a grievance with this town. They shut down the best pizza place I've had in my life about just under a year ago before this competition, and I think I'd give just about anything to be able to eat it again. I'm a pizza man, man. Ben
Was it
is
that
locked
good?
in on Reed W. Richardson.
Pizza couldn't have been that good.
My taste in pizza has changed since then. Reed does not like this scramble. Visually shaking his head.
Mm.
3-2 for not liking the scramble. That's pretty good. He said, "Wowza." The clock is indeed solved. I'm gonna go PTZ. We have Luke Garrett on the left and Zachary Cribb, who has been popping off a little bit on the right side. Adam Schwinn just completed a solve attempt.
8 seconds.
Still not sure what's going on down there with the DNF averages for Adam and Carter. I'm guessing they just DNF'd. Luke with a big hesitation. There was like a whole second where he didn't move. And
That clock is not solved.
Yeah.
It was DNF
4.7 seconds to not solve the clock. 4:02 for Zachary Cribb, and that will be that will make the 301 count. But having a counting 301 is not bad at all. Carter Thomas in second, 328, and then a steep drop off. So Adam did not DNF average. He's currently in fourth. Reed W. Richardson in third. Luke Garrett is going to have to climb the ranks again if he wants to finish on that podium spot. I think win might be a little out of the question, but podium, anything can happen, it looks like. Yeah, just put in Zach's data. Let's get some POV Luke Garrett clocks up. What?
That is Luke's own face.
Is that his face
yes,
on the clock?
That is the same face that he is on the logo of both of my main 3x3s.
Oh my gosh.
That is the that is the Luke Garrett signature, through and through.
Is that legal? Are you allowed to compete with that?
I don't see why you wouldn't be, although I'm not super familiar with clock regulations.
Yeah, clock regs are like weird. Reed W. Richardson has gotten his clock. Luke is looking really good in these practice solves. It must just be either the scrambles or the pressure of it actually being official. Stanley Chappell made the claim that clock is the hardest event to compete in a while ago, and I don't think it's actually that hot of a take. When you really think about it, there are 12 ticks to a clock, and each of those ticks are, how many degrees is that? 30 degrees?
About.
Yeah, 30 degrees. So if your puzzle is off by 30 degrees, the results will be catastrophic. Zachary Cribb going right now.
Ooh. If that clock is solved, he might have secured a championship, depending on what Carter has next.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke, it's a high 3. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So that is going to be the end of
Luke Garrett's
clock efforts.
His championship bid.
Yeah. Looks like Adam Schwinn did, in fact, DNF twice now. So
Fire.
Adam Schwinn and Luke Garrett, both DNF averages, not what you want, but
Now,
Luke already has one Great Lakes Championship under his belt.
Now, again, I must ask the question: what is going on at the end of the table on blue with Darshan's average? Because I've seen that number say 11, I've seen that number say 8, and I've seen that number say 15.
Well, let's go to our handy dandy WCA Live. I'm not an admin. I can put in false data right now. What event is this? It's clock round 1. Oh. Carter has 3-6, 3-1, 3-2, 3-4. So he's more consistent, but Zach has a low 3, 2 high 2s, and a low 4. So it could really just be anyone's game. It's hard to say what is going to be needed. Adam Schwinn getting his clock. So Thaman started with a 4 and then got a 13.
Elliot Perkins also out of the running with 2 DNFs, unfortunately.
And then Darshan, 15, 17, and then DNF. So his average is a 15 because his best solve is a 7. That's what's going on at the table down there. Adam going for his 5th solve, 397.
Now, it would appear that Zachary Cribb is also employing the use a big cube as a warm-up cube strategy.
Let's see exactly what cube is he using. I can't see it.
I can't see super well from here, but who knows? Maybe for him it's working because he's doing great so far.
Yeah. The vibe, it seems like a 5x5. Oh, it's a 4x4. Okay.
Well, here comes Luke's 5th solve. Maybe hoping for a good single.
No. Just not his day for clock.
The characteristic Luke Garrett smile through the end of a shaky average. I don't think that clock was solved either, based on what I just saw.
5 attempts, 2 successes for Luke Garrett. I believe he had more blindfolded successes than clock successes in the final rounds. Zachary Cribb with a huge solve right here. Carter Thomas is already done.
Carter finishes with a 329, it looks like.
329 average, okay. So that means Zach has... Where is he? He has 301,
Here he goes.
290, 288. Zachary Cribb
oh my God.
is your Great
Zachary
Lakes
Cribb
champion.
is your Great Lakes champion.
And he just died. Oh my gosh.
Zach got something good. Everybody can crash.
And he's
Okay,
up. He's okay.
He's up with a smile on his face. Okay. So
he celebrated real big, and he took a bit of a tumble.
he literally like probably just broke his chin on a display in the back, but it was worth it. He is your Great Lakes champion. Tears of joy. I'm so happy for him.
Tears of joy, maybe a little bit of pain.
Maybe a little bit of pain, yeah. But
mostly joy, it looks like.
Yeah.
He has signed for the last solve.
His worst counting solve was 3.01. He has cut his knee
I would say
open.
he's pointing at his knee. Lots to unpack here at Great Lakes Championships. He's hobbling a little bit.
Can you go get him for a post-game interview?
Yeah, I got you.
I will have your Great Lakes champion and very injured Great Lakes champion on the stream real quick for a post-game interview. Yeah, truly performance of a lifetime there by Zach. Incredible. 293, and that is a PR average. What a time to get PR. Shout out to the other PR average. Micah David, I believe that is Tice or Teese, one of those two last names, also with a PR average. Shout out to Micah. Zachary winning with a PR average, and then I'll wait for him to get over here. But they're checking scrambles right now, and it looks like getting a picture of the scorecard, all of the good stuff.
Get your knee up there too much.
Yeah, we'll do one with you two, and then we'll do one. And then do one with the knee. Yeah, one's gotta have a picture.
I'm calling Zach over for a post-game interview.
No, you didn't get him tripping over.
Oh, I most definitely did. Wonder if chat has said anything about it.
He's on his way over.
Yeah, he's limping his way over here.
His knee is like a... I don't know what Carter got. You earned it, bro. You won for sure.
No, Zach. Carter got over 20. Like, the delayed clapping as soon as you started. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you won.
I feel got it. Pretty sure that you won. I'll be fine. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're good. I'm okay. I almost recorded the last time. I told you. If I recorded the last time, I wouldn't. Bro, I didn't want to distract you.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah.
I'll be a second.
All right, yeah, that's fine. Me and Carter are getting some angles up. We're going to have a post-game interview with your Great Lakes champion and clock, and then we will have a dinner break, states relay, and then we will move on to what me and Ben are looking forward to the most is Team Blind. We've recently come up with a set of codes like Rami, Patrick, Avocado, all the Team Blind people of the past, and it would surprise you how well one code out of 4 F2L pairs can push you. Huh? Ooh, are you streaming? No. So I lied. The last thing you guys will see is this post-game interview. So here comes your Great Lakes champion and clock, Zachary Cribb. Is that what the viewers see? Okay, that's that.
Cribb will be our Great Lakes champion, leading Wisconsin state record average of 2.93. Later tonight, we still do have our states relay and team blind after.
That's the left side. And then just put the mic down and it will turn on automatically.
Yo, what's up, guys? I just won, I think.
All right, so yeah, that was it. Announcements are over. We have a dinner break, and then we have states relay, and then we're going into the unofficial event. But let's review our winner of our last official event, Mr. Zachary Cribb. Tell us what's going through your head right now, man.
I'm just absolutely like in shock and disbelief that like something that like I just won the championship and also like a sub 3 average was like something I've been wanting for quite a while.
Yeah.
I knew it was possible, but I didn't think it would happen so soon. And just like I was. Sorry, I don't know what to say.
No, you're good. I
like,
get it. I've had that feeling before, man. It's a good one. So, I do want to. Sorry, go ahead.
Huge shout out to Reed W. Richardson for letting me use this amazing clock. If I didn't, this wouldn't have happened. Actually, bro, you are the GOAT.
Yes.
You're amazing.
Shout out Reed W. Richardson. He is your Great Lakes bronze medalist, as a matter of fact. Carter Thomas in second, and then Zachary Cribbin first with his first ever sub 3 average. So you started off 3-0, didn't you? That's very, very solid. And then 2-9, and then was it after that you got the 4?
Yeah, it was a 4 on the third solve. Like, I just felt as soon as I started, it just kind of went downhill. Like, you know, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a couple of those today. Most of them weren't from you, which is a good thing, probably how you got the sub 3 average. So take us through kind of what you were thinking on that last solve, because obviously you have the 4, and WPA would not have won, so you clutched it out. Take us through what you were thinking in that moment.
Okay, so going into the last solve, I knew I guaranteed a good enough average to at least podium, I think. Probably, yeah. So I wasn't like too nervous going into it. Obviously I knew I had sub 3 potential, but I was just more focused on like, okay, we gotta do the solve, like take it one at a time. Just take in the scramble and be relaxed, have relaxed turning, and then later we can think about what's gonna happen. And then I see the scramble and it's like absolutely goated, and I'm just like, oh shoot, I can't mess this up. And then like, I'm not kidding, like halfway through my solve, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get this, bro. Like as soon as I started like my third Sima, I'm just like, okay, I'm getting it.
Awesome. So like, you're a 7 Sima user. We didn't have the stream video, so the PTZ caught you though, but it was far away, so I couldn't tell exactly what was going on. How long have you been switched to 7 Sima?
Quite a while. I think since November 2023 is when I learned it. I started competing with it in January 2024 at my first, and that's when they did the pin changes and stuff.
Yeah.
So I've been using it for quite a while, but I had this really long mental block of just not getting results like at all, and it just sucked until like recently this year. I started actually like getting better results and being able to turn in comp. And I feel like because I'm breaking my PR so many times, it makes it like easier to break my PR because it's not so much of as a barrier as it used to be. And so I've just kind of been using that. I've been getting PRs like feels like every weekend now. So that definitely helps.
Yeah, for sure.
And another thing I want to quickly touch up on, first round, the very first solve I DNF'd, which in clock, that's like the worst thing that could happen because it's so like anything can happen at that point. So I just take it safe. You know, like you can't mess up, you can't do anything. Like save that for the finals.
Yeah.
So I just like hard safetied on the rest of the solves, and I got like a 4 average, which I guess kind of helped me because, to be honest, like not being on stream like helped me a little bit because I wasn't like, oh shoot, I got it. Like
overwhelmed by the overhead camera that's right here on you or something.
Yeah.
All right, well, I won't take much more away. I know you got to be on top of the world right now. So any final thoughts, shout outs, anything that you want to give to the people?
As I said, shout out to Reed for this awesome clock. Shout out to Reed for being a W person, the GOAT. Shout out to Adam who learned 7 Sima with me along the way at the start. We were both inching it out together racing. And I don't know, I'm just so happy how far I've come with this.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for NAC.
You should be. Congrats, first regional title.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome.
Well,
so.
actually, no, second, because I got champ at 2024.
Dope. Awesome. Yeah. Well, maybe this time it'll carry over to NAC. I'm hoping the best for you.
I mean, yeah, that's always a hope.
All right, I'm gonna give it back to Carter Williams. He's going to say goodbye and give you instructions for tomorrow or whatever. I've been Luke Reiser with Cubing GG.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats, man. I'm really happy for you, for real.
All right. Yeah, pretty much day's over with. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll catch y'all in a little bit. See you later.